I buy ETH, the 2x leverage ETF.
Is it ETHU?
Hey, let's go. I just put it in the main, the free for all thing chat. I
Oh,
was
the
saying,
YouTube sound
I was,
just started working. Thank you.
yeah, I was saying A to your 2x ETF, but yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I mean, I've been wallet
A.
drained one time, and the way it happened, I literally it was so I had a fleet of 5. I don't know if you guys ever heard the project Honey, which is Hive Mapper.
Yeah, honey token. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have some honey token.
So I had
So
5
down.
different vehicles, and I was talking with somebody,
5?
and like I think I had like a $500,000, like a $500,000 Hive, like honey tokens. And I was talking with them, and they were like, and I remember I signed a track. I got wiped right in front of them. Like literally, I wanted, like I've never felt, because, man, I've been in crypto for a long time.
Why did you get drained?
And hey,
Been
when
through
that
it all.
thing drained, and like I said, I called somebody, and they were like, hey, because like I said, there's 3 different companies that they'll try to recover your funds, but the tax that you pay is half. So, but like I said, half is better than nothing, right? And you know what they told me? They're like, "Hey, Pollo, listen, man. Yeah, we're not like these funds were routed to Hong Kong, and they're like, yeah, you're like this is done." And I remember I was like, "Hey, never." Like I wanted to take the Hive mappers and throw them in the garbage, but it is what it is, man. That's the price of self sovereignty. That's what I tell people.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Did they get your seed phrase?
No, I don't know if you've ever been wallet drained, but basically what happens is they send you an NFT,
Oh,
right?
that okay. Yeah.
And then you open it up, and the only thing you do is sign. As soon as you sign for it, your entire your entire wallet is done. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
It's
no.
worse. It's worse
Oh.
than someone knowing your seed phrase.
Yeah, no, I know how it works. I
Yeah,
don't
like
I
I
don't
always tell people, I'm saying a wallet drainer for me. And like I said, like a ransomware is terrible, because, like I said, if you're a small company and you get hit with ransomware, and they want 10, $15,000 in Bitcoin, and like I said, it doesn't matter. Like if you're, let's say you have an IT company that is covering your cybersecurity, you have a certain amount of time, and if you don't have that time, they wipe your stuff. Yeah, you don't have to pay it, but they wipe all your critical information. So a lot of companies they'd rather pay the 5, 10,000. It's never like a crazy amount of money. It's enough money where you'll pay it, because like you can, like, you losing it would be very critical. And you'll see, like, what, like I said, when ransomware first came out, look it up, guys. This was in the early 2000s. It's 4 Russian dudes. They literally made, I think, like, I can't remember, but I think it was like I'm sorry, not $50 million in one day. It's a crazy amount of money, because people rather pay than lose all their data. And you have to understand, when you get hit with a ransomware, it's a phishing attack. So as soon as you open it, it infects your entire network.
Hey, Qui-Gon, Qui-Gon Jinn. What do you go by?
Yeah, it's Qui-Gon Jinn.
Do you have like a nickname?
Most people just call me Qui.
Okay. I was like, I can say Qui-Gon Jinn. It's just long. Or if you, I mean, well, what do you prefer?
I don't know. Most people call me Qui, so that's kind of what I've learned to answer to. Some people are like, "Oh, I'm gonna call you Jin," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine." I'm like, I just might not know it immediately that you're talking to me. People used to call me Jin back in the day, but I mean, yeah, most people just call me Qui, so that's usually what I end up referring to or like a answer to more so.
Earlier, you were talking about you guys were talking about your trading criteria, like for entering a trade. Like, what is your criteria? Or I don't know if that was the right wording. Like, what are your requirements for entering a trade?
Well, it depends on what kind of trade I'm trying to enter. Um, like if it's, I mean, a lot of thing. One of the things that I like the most is finding like a bullish or bearish divergence. And swing fail patterns. A lot of time, if they create a bearish divergence and it's already been oversold or overbought. So say something's already been overbought and then it makes a higher high and it swings past the previous range and there's a bearish divergence and there was also a lot of like short liquidity. Like I could see that as like a pretty good short entry,
How do
especially
you
if
know there's a lot of short liquidity?
there's websites you can look at CoinGlass
Oh,
and
the
look at the
liquidity map.
liquidation heat map,
Okay.
and then there's also Coin Inc. I like Coin Inc. better, honestly. Coin Inc. has a pretty good liquidation heat map, and you can look up like most of the well, not most of, but you can look up like several different coins to find if there's liquidation liquidations that are going to be triggered above a certain price or below a certain price. So, I mean, I don't know. I look for like a lot of oversold. Like if I'm trying to like go long or buy, I look for like a lot of oversold signals and um look for like a bullish divergence. Like if you sweep past the previous low, there's a good chance that one, there was a lot of people that went long on the previous low and they're getting stopped out. But then there's also people that are getting liquidated at that level as well. So that's when they hit those liquidation levels and those stop outs. Two things are happening. It's a liquidity grab, so they're trying to liquidate people and grab money. And the other thing is, if whales are trying to buy, they'll try to manipulate the price to go down so that they can stop people out. Because if they're trying to buy a huge amount of coins, they will they have to stop people out because when have a stop loss set, that's like a sell order. And if people had just bought, but they put a stop loss below where they bought, then that's the only way that they can actually buy the quantity that they are trying to buy. So if a ton of people bought and then there was like, so say you get an over, so like the RSI goes way down, like below 30, like we're talking like 15 or 10 or something, and a bunch of people buy, but there's big whales trying to buy. They'll manipulate the price and send it down there, so, because if those people just bought and they have a stop loss there, chances are they aren't trying to sell until they hit their target. So if it doesn't bounce right away and they get stopped out, then the whales get to buy the supply that they're selling when they get stopped out. So that creates buy pressure, but also um like the liquidations like sort of offsets, like, okay, there's not much money to liquidate down below, and there's less of an incentive for the market maker to go down there as well. And if the whales had just bought, then it creates more buying pressure, which means that the RSI will put in a higher low. Like the relative strength will start to rise because there is buying pressure, even though the price made a higher low. So you want to be able to see more buying than selling going on. So I like I like that a lot. That's usually part of my formula is a bullish divergence if I'm trying to buy or go long.
So
But
you
it's
buy after everybody gets stopped out or liquidated and the whales or whatever get their entry and make a higher low, then you come in on the higher low.
yeah, well, I mean, if I'm buying on spot, like I'll try to grab the actual divergence if it because like I don't care even if it's a falling knife, I'll buy it on spot because if I feel like it's a good price, then I'm like, okay, well that's where I'm going. If I'm playing on leverage, I'll try to wait for a momentum shift, which means after after I confirm like a bullish divergence and it ends up holding, if it then shifts in momentum, starts holding a higher low, and there's like a shift in momentum on the stochastic RSI, like which would include like a bullish cross, the fast line crossing back over the slow line. And this would happen ideally below the 20 line. When there's a bullish cross below the 20 line, if they reach back up above 20 and the candle that you're looking at closes with both the fast and slow line closing above 20 after making a bullish cross, that would signal like a shift in momentum. And you can also use other things like in conjunction with it, like vector candles and stuff. Like Dbloc uses the vector candles a lot, and then you can start looking for, okay, what is the long short ratio happening right now? Is the majority of people long or the majority of people short? Because at that point, if you get a shift in momentum, but the majority of people are still short, like say there's like 51 or 52% short, and there's only, 49, 49 or 48% of people long, there's more incentive to go up because there's more short liquidity above you. So after big price drops, if there's a big liquidation event, like say it's like $250 million or like anywhere from, you know, I'd say at least 100 million or like a $250 million to all the way up to like $1 billion for the last 24 hours. Chances are you could probably be at a pretty good pivot point. And that's something you can track whether you're trying to buy, sell, long, or short. But that's a good thing to keep an eye on. So like if the prices just drop significantly and then you're putting in bullish divergences and you see a shift in momentum and the long short ratio is heavy on the short side, you can guess that like, okay, based on this whole like, thing, this whole round of data, like my hypothesis is that it's going to bounce and go up from here. And then you can start like looking for long positions if you're trying to play like short-term scalps on leverage, but just have your targets be closer or whatever, you know what I mean? Like with leverage for me, what I do is I'll have multiple different targets where it's like I'll have a stop loss, say my stop loss is like 1%. This is just easy for the example. It's like I'd have a 1-to-2 ratio, a 1-to-3.5 ratio, a 1-to-5 ratio, and then a 1-to-10 ratio. So I'd be risking 1% on the first take profit. I'd ideally make 2%. On the second take profit, 3.5%. On the third, I'd make 5%, and on the fourth, make 10%. And then you can multiply that by whatever leverage you're using. But you
I've
also have to divide, like for your stop loss, the 1%, you have to divide that by how much leverage you're using.
I've heard that like bullish, well, just for example, since we've been on a strong downtrend for God, how long has it been? For a while now. Bullish divergence, like typically like doesn't play out as much when you're on a strong downtrend, or like vice versa. Like if you're on a strong uptrend, bearish divergences don't play out as much.
Well, I mean, yeah, like if you're on a strong trend and you see like a lot of these divergences getting invalidated and you're on a shorter time frame, like you can move up a time frame and then see if it ends up putting in a divergence on a higher time frame, and then you have like that further confirmation.
Okay.
But if
Okay. Sorry.
Elf, you
well,
know you understand what confluence is, right? That's what confluence trying to explain to you. You understand what confluence is, right?
Like, what do you mean?
So, for instance,
it's
you're trading in a range and you're getting to the bottom of the range, and you're getting bull divs at the bottom of the range. Like you're at the bottom of a range and you're starting to get bull divs that are stacking on each other. It doesn't really matter the time frame. Like you need to be looking out for that because if you know the high and the low of a range, right? When you're at the bottom of the range, if you're getting, and when I say confluences, you're at the bottom of the range and you start to get,
confluence is
yeah,
like, what do you mean by confluence? Is like there's just many different things that point to
yeah,
the
yeah.
same
Like
type
I
of
said, hey,
scenario.
you
Like,
know what I'm talking about. Like if you're at the bottom of a range, you start to get bull divs. Like you
yeah,
already know. Like yeah, it's like a seven
and
eight six or 618 bounce.
yeah,
Yeah, I
like
mean,
so if
there's
like
more
it's
than
like
many
if
things
there's
to go on.
like many different things that point to the same like outcome, like that's what confluence is. Actually, like the real definition for confluence is like if two rivers, like, so picture like you have two rivers that are flowing alongside each other, and then eventually they merge into one river. That's confluence. So it's like if you have a lot of different things that corroborate the same type of story, that's confluence. So if you're getting a bunch of stuff, so like what he said actually brought me back to, like, ideally you want to be longing at support and shorting at resistance. So if you're that can also be like another confluence. So like if you're at support and you're at a 618 fib and you're getting, and it happens to be the bottom of the range, and it happens to be previous what was previous resistance, and it happens to be you're getting like it's really oversold, and you're getting bullish divergences, and you're getting signals of a flip of momentum. And like even like another thing you could use is moving averages. Like if moving averages cross, like say the 50 crosses back above the 200, say the 50 is below the 200, you're typically in a downtrend. But if the 50 crosses back above the 200 and the price is above both, you're typically in an uptrend. So if you get like a bullish cross between moving averages, like for example, like the 50 crosses back above the 200, and then even if the price comes down a bit, if you hold above the 200, you can make an educated guess or hypothesis saying like, okay, potentially if it holds this 200 moving average, it could put in a higher low. That could be another signal of a shift in momentum. So it's all about like placing all these things together where it's like it makes sense to actually get like a safer entry. The more things you have that like corroborate the same story, that's the safer it is. Like that's the whole idea behind confluence, is trying to build like
And
a
I know what you mean.
like build out like as many things as you can, put as many things together as you can. Like you don't want to go overboard and look at like 100 different indicators, because there's going to be 5 of them that say one thing and 10 of them that say another and 12 of them that say something different, and like they're not all going to agree at the same time. But if you're looking at like 5 indicators and 4 out of 5 of them are saying the same thing, like if 4 out of 5 of them are saying long and you're at support and at like a fib level and you're starting to see signs of momentum, then it's like, okay, well, yeah, there's a good chance that this is a high quality setup and I could take the trade, and just have your risk to reward ratio set to where like, you're not risking too much, and your invalidation is close enough where you don't have to risk a lot, and then
Are
just
you
set your ratios
using
from there.
are you using the 50 and the 200 on, is that, more like a swing trade? Because those are like longer moving averages.
It kind of depends on the time frame. Like
It seems like
the
those don't cross as much, or at least on the shorter time frames. I don't know.
the shorter time frames, they cross a lot more often, but
Or I don't know.
they're not as
I've been
credible.
watching because I've been watching the 13 and the 50, and I see those cross so much in comparison. The 50 and the 200 just seems like less. You know what I mean? So I just started
Oh, well, I
I
mean,
just added on. So I started with the 13 and the 50, and then I just added on the 200. So now I'm seeing that one too, and it just that one it just doesn't happen as frequently.
yeah, well, the smaller the number, the shorter the moving average. So, like the 13 moving average, that's the moving average of the last 13 candles. The
Yeah, no, I
50
know.
is the last 50 candles. So it's like it's gonna take when you go to the 200, it's gonna take a lot longer for the price to catch up to the average of the last 200 candles because there's so much more data to go off of.
Yeah, no, that's
So
why I figured. So, like, would you be using that for a longer trade?
yeah, I mean, like you could get if you so like the 5200, it just means that like the average over the last 50 candles, the average price is higher over the last 50 candles than it was over the last 200 candles.
Yeah, the
So
the trend has been
I'm
going on longer. It maybe more momentum.
yeah, well, it's like the shorter trend is outperforming the the longer time frame trend. You know what I mean? Not the larger time frame trend, but it's like it takes longer to build the second moving average, like the slower moving average. It takes longer to build that data than it takes to build the shorter moving average.
Yeah.
Are
But
you a momentum, or are you a breakout, or a confirmation trader? And what I mean is, like, let's say you're looking at a range, right? And you get a bounce off the value area low. Are you taking the trade on the bounce, or are you taking the trade on the confirmation?
Mm, Probably the bounce, but I I think that I don't take a lot of trades right now. I'm kind of just learning.
That's
Or
fine.
if I take
That's
a
fine.
trade, they're like tiny trades, but the net rate they're more impulsive, like on the bounce. But yeah, I try to do range trading. That's like really right now. And
Okay,
like I try to
on your
buy range.
ranges, so you have a value area high, a point of control, and a value area low. Like, what are you looking at?
Uh, yeah, the value area low and the value area high. I just try to like get the breakout from the low or from the high. Like try to catch the bottom of the
well,
range or the top of the range.
yeah, if there's like if you're trying to catch the bottom of the range, right? Then you're trying to buy at support. So you're like a pullback trader. A breakout trader would be if it gets to the top of the range and it breaks out the top of it and like say closes a candle above it, a breakout trader would buy there, or they would wait for it to break above the range, come back down, retest the top of it, and then try to buy there. That's more like the breakout style. But you kind of need like a lot of volume to support a breakout trade. And it's kind of like, in my opinion, it's kind of more risky. I don't do breakout trades. I'm more of a pullback trader. And I try to get it at support because I feel like there's much less risk. You can put your invalidation pretty close on a breakout trade, but I mean, I feel like for me, in my experience, the success rate of breakouts is not as high as like actually trying to like long at support. Is
By
long
100%, brother.
so it's but I mean, you know, if you've got like a ton of which like that's a whole that's another thing that is really overlooked is like volume. Like if you have like that's another confluence that you could say, oh, there's a bullish divergence, and then now this volume is higher than on the last low, so there's more buying. Like just as many things as you can add, but I think it's like it's safest to buy pullbacks and buy at support, and have your invalidation be close but not too close, because sometimes there are like freak wicks like below the range, and that's like you get into like these liquidity sweeps and like ICT zones and stuff like that where there's stop hunts and you know, like what I was talking about before, trying to stop people out so they can buy their coins, or trying to liquidate people that, have it go on too high leverage, or try to people that have go on leverage and their stop loss is really close. And sometimes you get just these like little like scam wicks, like in a deviates just below the bottom of the range, and those can take you out if your stop loss is too close. But also, if you were to lose the bottom of the range, so you lost the bottom of the range, you came back up and retested the bottom side of it, and it looks like a bearish rejection, and you're losing volume and momentum, then you're like, okay, I'm just going to cut this trade because looks like it's not going to work out. Like sometimes you can, when you have a good eye for it, you don't even actually have to hit your stop loss. You do want to have like a predetermined risk, like whether it be like 1%, 2%, 3%, whatever. You want to have that predetermined risk so you know how much you stand to lose if you're wrong. But also sometimes if you have a keen eye for it, you can tell like, oh, this trade's just not going to work out, so I'm just going to cut it here.
I
Or
don't have
sometimes,
I, I don't have a keen eye for it.
well, you will if you keep doing it. Like practice makes perfect. Sometimes it just takes a lot of hours of looking at the chart and seeing how price moves, and like you got to draw stuff on your chart a lot to realize like, oh, hey, am I drawing this right? Or like, is there a better way that I can draw this where it makes more sense? Like what gives me a better success rate? Trying to find like a better edge. Like that's the advantage we like as traders. Like you're always, as a trader, you're always trying to find a better edge to make yourself more profitable. And like, it's trial and error. Like a lot of it is just trial and error and trying to figure stuff out as you go.
And Kelf, Kwan just gave you the secret sauce. Value area high, value area low, point of control. If you have bearish divergences at the value area high, where is it going to go? And like
Down.
I said, it's all about confluence, right? So
Yeah.
if you're looking at an asset, and it doesn't matter what it is, you deviate outside of that value area high, or you test that value area high, and you're getting divergences, where are you going to go? So the POC at the minimum, and maybe to the value area high, but like at least those are the things that you need to look for.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't even necessarily have to have a divergence. Like, you could get up to the value area high or like the top of the range or whatever. And if it gets rejected from the top of the range, it comes down a little bit. It goes and makes another try, and it puts in a lower high, and you have like a bearish candlestick forming. You can be like, okay, like that's a lower high, and then if it makes a lower low after that, you're like, okay, well, looks like it's gonna start changing character into a downtrend. And then that's also where the moving averages can be helpful because they can help confirm, like, all right, we got a lower high, lower low, these moving averages just made a bearish cross. It looks like a hit and got rejected from the top of the range, and we're losing volume, and the momentum
What time
oscillator is
frame
coming
are
down.
you? What time frame are
You
you
probably got that.
using
By the way,
in
that's a confirmation trader, right? Like you're
Yeah,
you're
that's
you're you're looking
that's
for
like
the
you're waiting
you're
for
looking for the
confirmation.
retest, not the breakout.
confirmation
Either way,
trader takes the trade on the retest?
yeah,
Yeah,
confirmation traders never uh it's riskier. There's more R&R, but it's a lot more riskier.
it's
Confirmation
well,
trader? Isn't that
no,
less risky?
I'd say it's the
No.
opposite.
I'm
I'd
talking
say it's
breakout. No, confirmation is less riskier. Like I'm talking about breakout trader.
yeah, but like the confirmation would be like, okay, you've got the signals of a downtrend. You've got a lower high, a lower low, and you're losing momentum and the moving averages are crossing. Like just for example, like that would be like confirmation, like, okay, we've confirmed the price was trending up. Now it looks like we're getting confirmation that the price is going to reverse and start trending down. But you have to wait for the signal being signal could be like, okay, it looks like it rejected off the range high. Now it looks like we're putting in a lower high and we put in a lower low. I can expect that the price is going to continue dropping from here. Now you don't want to necessarily short after it makes a lower low. You want to see if it comes up and makes another lower high and short that, and that lower high could show up like at resistance, which could be presented at the first low before the lower low.
Like a bearish retest.
Yeah. Or like, I mean, it could also be like a bearish retest of a trend line that it fell from. Like if it breaks down from a trend line and it comes back up and retests the bottom of it, like that could be and does a lower high at the same time. Like, that could be a confirmation.
Yeah.
But I mean, these are just examples. Like there's a lot of different ways to trade, and like you could like there's like pattern trading. Like you can trade chart patterns, you can trade candlestick patterns, but like the more things you have to put together to be able to actually can like confirm, like, I'm looking at 10 different things here and 7 of them say that it's going to go down, then go with the go
I'm not
with what
super into
the
pattern.
majority is.
I'm not super into pattern trading because it seems so open to interpretation. Or maybe it's just because like so many people like incorrectly identified patterns. But it seems like Dbloc uses patterns really well, and so that makes me more open to it. I mean, like some things like flags can be easily identified as long as you don't go too crazy with it, like the crypto life or.
No,
Yeah,
Dbloc
exactly. I
uses
think
patterns
that
with vector candles and different and value highs and lows for confluence. It's not just he's not like I said, like he's not just looking at one level.
so are you like I think a lot of trouble that people have with pattern trading is that if you're not super familiar with the pattern or like what kind of criteria it's supposed to have in the first place, then you might not be aware that a lot of it is just seeing shapes and like getting familiar with what the shapes look like. But if you're not familiar with like sort of the criteria that's supposed to be met when a pattern is formed, then a lot of people will just look at something and they'll think it's a pattern, but it's not really that pattern. But they'll see what they want to see, or they'll see what they think they're seeing, but it's not really that. So like, are you looking at Dbloc's chart right now? Like,
Yeah, I have it on
all
my
right.
TV.
So he's got there is like he's got an ascending trend line on the bottom side, and then he's also got an ascending one on the top side. You see how they're squeezing in and getting tighter together?
Wait, I need to get closer to my TV. Oh my God. Okay, I was today. Okay, yes. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
the two green lines, one of them says the bottom one says uptrend, and then he's got another one on the top of the trend where it's sort of it's hitting
Oh
the
yeah. Is
highs
that
of the
a
trend.
is that a rising wedge? That makes sense, and then it went
Yes.
down.
Yeah, that's a rising wedge. So that's a bearish pattern. I mean, especially in a downtrend, it can happen even in an uptrend, but like especially in a downtrend, they're particularly bearish. But the criteria that was met for that is that it has at least 3 touches to either side. So a lot of that, when I'm looking for a pattern to be formed, I'm like, okay, what's the specific criteria that should be met for this? Well, you have he has 3 taps on the bottom side. Well, there's really 4, but the one at the beginning, like, like you can either count that or not, but there's 4, so there's at least 3. And then it also tested the top side 3 times. So it
I
didn't
like.
test the top side a 4th time and it didn't break out of it. Instead, it before testing the bottom side of for a 4th or 5th time, it put in a lower high, and then when it did come back down to the bottom, it closed the candle below that line that he has drawn. So that's like a breakdown. You could consider that a confirmation of the breakdown of the rising wedge.
Okay. I like
Well,
I
the
like
book,
trend lines and channels a lot. I mean, because it's just so simple, and you're like, okay, here it's in a channel, and
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's what I would go for first. Like most of what I always tell people, like before you even get into like oscillators and indicators and stuff like that, is just learn how to and get practice with like drawing out support and resistance, and then also trend lines. Like trend lines, like get good at drawing trend lines too, because once you start doing those two things, you'll start to see patterns. Like you'll start to actually see chart patterns the more you draw trend lines, because you'll be like, okay, so this trend line matches up here, and then if you draw like another one on top and it's like it matches up here, oh, they're squeezing together, all right, that look kind of looks like it's forming a rising wedge. And some people get tricked by this sort of thing because it's like, okay, higher highs, higher lows, that's an uptrend. But if they're squeezing together and there's diminishing returns like on either side, it's sort of like, okay, you're kind of, yeah, you are going higher, but you're sort of losing momentum as you're going higher. And the bottom of the trend line, the bottom trend line, that's getting closer to where the price is. So the closer you get to it, the more of a risk you're taking of it breaking to the downside. As long as you're
what,
not breaking to the upside.
what do you think is? Oh, it's really low volume right now on Bitcoin. Looking at an hourly chart. What do you think is happening right now? Because it's like it's going out of the weekend trap. It seems, but like it's still on its downtrend.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there could just be like some selling going on just because people are getting like they don't want to be holding their bags because dominance is going down as well. So there's potential that people could be selling their Bitcoin into altcoins and trading altcoins for the weekend while Bitcoin just goes sideways.
The magnet's
Or
working again.
yeah, or people just don't want to hold BTC over the weekend because they're done with this weekend trap, or maybe some people long to weekend trap and they're getting stopped out. There's whole lot of different things that could be happening, but
You
there's sort
sound
of a
you sound sleepy.
yeah. I haven't slept much. I'm actually probably gonna go to bed soon.
Are you guys all Eastern?
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast.
It's only 1:30 a.m. for me.
Oh man, what are you in, like
5:30
California or
on our
something?
side, right, Con?
What?
I mean, I'm Eastern, so it's 5:30 a.m. where I'm at. I'm in Miami.
Um, I'm like I'm so bad about the not doxing. I'm like I'm in Alaska. I just tell people now.
But Con, I
I'm
always
far
tell everybody,
away.
learn structure, learn your ranges, and once you figure that out, your trading game will always become different because you know your highs or your lows, and like I said, when you understand structure, like the time frame doesn't really matter because you're gonna trade according to that time frame. But if
Yeah,
you
we'll
don't
do.
understand structure, you're done. You're
It,
because it's hard to make a decision.
this is why it's difficult for me when people ask me what do I look for in a trade, and I give them this like whole like list of information, and it's like stuff that they're not used to looking at. Like if someone's like a beginner, then it's gonna be like a lot to try to take in like a lot of the stuff that I consider when trying to enter a trade. But I think that the most basic thing that every trader should know is support resistance and like market structure. Like uh our buddy was saying, what's your name again, dude?
Oil, man. No, that like listen,
Oyo,
man. I
yeah,
know what you're
like
saying.
Oyo
That's
was
why
saying.
that's why I'm supporting you,
Which
bro.
are
Because
you?
like what you're saying is honestly like a favor to. Like I wish when I started, someone could have told me that. Yeah, That's why. That's
Yeah,
why I got your back, man. Because I think that's market structure is if you understand that the patterns, everything else comes together for you. In my
yeah, like
opinion.
like support and resistance is like the most basic thing everyone should know, that is like that should be like drilled into your head like as a trader. And then trend lines, like they both have to do with market structure, because it's like when an area, so when support becomes resistance, like you can have an area of support, and when that structure is broken and that support breaks, it could then become resistance. But then if that resistance, if that so that resistance could hold resistance for a while, but when that resistance breaks, you can expect that it's going to become support later on. So that's something that's really important to know. But then also like the trend lines, like you need to be able to like identify what the trend is, like and what time frame you're looking at. So market structure has a lot to do with like um various different time frames. So you've got like the macro, and then you've got like long term, like midterm, short term, and like micro. So what I tell people a lot is there's kind of there's kind of three different trends. I mean, obviously, so there's an uptrend, a downtrend, and then there's like points where you go sideways. Actually, you go sideways most of the time. The price actually isn't trending for a lot of the time that it's active. But um, the three trends that I'm talking about is there's a primary trend, a secondary trend, and then a tertiary trend. So you could be in a
This
primary uptrend.
this I've never heard. Like this, there's three. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
This,
Well,
I don't know why I needed to interrupt that. Okay.
it's slightly a little bit more advanced, and I think people get really confused. When some people will be like, "Oh, yo, we're in an uptrend," and then somebody else will be like, "No, dude, we've been in an uptrend for a year. No, dude, we've been in a downtrend for 3 months." Oh,
So
and
is
then
the
somebody else comes
primary
in, and we've been in.
trend is the primary trend up because like Bitcoin has been in like this uptrend for like I don't know forever, and the secondary trend like down because we've been in a downtrend for I don't know what like 2 months, and then like
Yeah,
is the third trend up because we're well it
yeah,
was up today. I don't know if
yeah.
it's
You
still
got
is.
it. So it's like, okay, so over a matter of a couple years, Bitcoin has been in sort of a macro uptrend. But over the matter of the past couple months, Bitcoin's been in a downtrend. But then when you look at it in the past couple days, it's sort of slowly starting to trend up because you're
Okay, yeah,
putting
that
in
makes
higher. So
sense.
the the like for the couple years that it's been going up, it's been holding higher lows, higher highs in the macro. That's the primary trend. But we're in a secondary trend. Like if you look at like the daily chart, and over the past like few months, like you're we've been going down. We've been making lower highs and lower lows since hitting all-time high. But over the past few days to like the last, like, I don't know if I'd say a couple weeks. It hasn't been weeks yet, but the last couple days, we only have one green weekly candle so far, and that's still not even closed yet. But yeah, over the past couple days, it has been making higher highs and higher lows, and it's been closing higher. And when the candles are red, they're closing higher than the closes of the previous candles, right? So over the last couple of days, like you can technically say that we're in an uptrend. So that would be like a tertiary uptrend.
That
So
makes sense.
those three different, I think people get confused because there's different time frames you can consider, like when you're talking about, like, okay, what are we, in an uptrend or a downtrend? It's like, well, it depends on sort of like what time frame you're looking at. Now a tertiary trend could end up breaking a secondary trend, and if that secondary trend is a downtrend, then your tertiary trend has broken the secondary downtrend, which could mean that there ends up being a continuation of the primary trend. So sometimes there's like a trend within a trend within a trend. But if the tertiary uptrend, fails,
I almost feel like you're trying to make it sound more confusing, but I get it. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I'm trying to keep it like simple, but it is like slightly more advanced.
No,
But
it's
it's
I mean
not really that difficult. It's not really like if you look at charts enough, like it's not it's something that should be too difficult to understand. I mean, I wish I
it,
could try to make it more simple. I just
yeah,
don't.
no, it makes sense. I mean, it's kind of it's sort of obvious in a way. I mean,
Yeah,
the macro trend, and then like because we've been on this downtrend. I mean, it makes sense. I get what you're saying.
all right.
Kelsey, you know how to
Well,
identify a breakup structure and a change of character? Do you know how to identify those?
Um, when when it changes like the direction that it's going.
Okay, so a breakup structure, right? Let's say you have a downtrend, right? A
Hmm.
breakup structure is the continuation of that downtrend. You get the change of character when it breaks that downtrend or uptrend. It doesn't really matter, right? So like if let's say you're going down and then you break up, that's the change of a change of character, right? Or if you're
Yeah.
going, so do you know how to identify those?
Yeah, I was watching a video on that earlier today.
I mean,
Um,
you could. There's a lot of different ways that you can end up breaking structure, and like there's different interpretations. So like say you're in a downtrend and you're making lower highs and lower lows. Well, if you end up, you could draw a trend line connecting all the lower highs, right? If you have a candle that breaks through that and closes above that trend line, you could technically consider that a break in structure because you broke through a trend line, but the structure hasn't actually changed until you make a high that is higher than the previous high in the lower high structure. So
And
like when the
depending on
lower like the lower high sequence, like when the sequence of lower highs gets broken, that's technically the break in structure. So like you get lower high, lower high, lower high, and then you get a bounce, and the next high that gets put in is higher than the previous lower high that you just put in. That's like sort of technically the break in structure because it's insinuating that okay, like that that downtrend has essentially been broken because you didn't put in a lower high. You could be putting in a lower high on a larger time frame if it doesn't continue higher, but depending on whatever kind of time frame you're looking at, like in the trend line, like how close to, like how recent it sort of is, or how like what's the age of the trend line? How long has it been putting in lower highs and lower lows in this formation for? A lot of that stuff is subjected to whatever time frame you're dealing with.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still. I mean, I know what you mean. I can't say, like, I'm familiar with the terms break of structure, and like,
But I mean,
I've
there's
learned about
also
these things, but I can't say I'm like perfect with that identifying that.
well,
Like,
nobody is.
I'd say like I was actually like studying that today, like this afternoon. I was watching videos on it because I need some work on it.
Well,
I
nobody's
think it's
perfect
like,
at it,
oh, go
and
ahead.
nobody's perfect at identifying it, and it's also kind of left up to interpretation. A lot of it has to do with market participants and what's agreed upon. So, if the majority of market participants believe that the structure is broken and they take action on that, and they decide, so like say there's a support level, say there's a level of support that the price has bounced off of a couple times, and it comes down and returns to that level again, but this time it closes a candle below that level. Well, there could be the majority of traders that say, okay, this structure is broken, and they sell. And because the majority sells, you lose that support. But then the opposite could also happen where the majority of the participants say, all right, the structure hasn't really broken. This is just a deviation below the range low. If the majority decides to buy, there's a higher chance that the support is actually going to hold. Then at that point, you would look to see if there's a higher high afterwards or if it's just another lower high. If it's a lower high, probability says that you're going to return to support and it's more likely to break the next time. But if you
How
make a
long have
higher
you
high, you could potentially break the top of the range or the top of the resistance, and then you have
how
your bias
how
is more
long
so to the upside.
how long have you been trading? It sounds like
Um,
a while, a long time.
yeah, I mean at least the
Both
better
of you,
part
it
of a
sounds like a long
decade.
time.
The
What?
better part of a decade, but I didn't get into crypto until like 2020.
10 years, that's a
And that
long time.
not it hasn't been quite 10 years. It's probably been like 6, 7, 8, but
You traded
definitely.
stocks?
Yeah, I used to trade stocks before crypto, but I learned way more about technical analysis by getting into crypto. Like I learned like I had like very basic knowledge on TA, and I didn't really know much about candlesticks and stuff like that. Like I was more just into patterns and like looked at the line chart a lot. I wasn't too deep into I was more into like moving averages, not as much into indicators and stuff. Like I've definitely added to my tool belt a lot over the past like 5 years. Most of my trading experience and knowledge has been gained over the last 5 years, but I was trading a little bit before that.
Well, you
So I
two
can't
had similar experience.
yeah, I can't really credit the last like or I can't really credit the first 1 to 3 years that I was trading to like actually gaining too much knowledge because at the root of it, I was kind of just, um, I was more so instead of doing technical analysis more like now technical analysis is the majority of what I do. Before the majority of what I was doing was like looking into companies, like researching them and figuring out like what kind of partnerships they were going to have or what kind of narrative there was or like why the company was going to be important or why there was going to be a demand for their product and like try to figure out if the price was lower, um, then it should have been realistically valued at. Like, so I was like, okay, is this stock undervalued? Like, does it have a reason to go up? And a lot of times I would end up getting lucky and like something would go up like pretty hot. Like, it would make a really good percentage within a short amount of time and I would just sell it. So I wasn't looking as much at like, oh, is this at a resistance or is this at a support? Some of them were even like IPOs and stuff that the the stock had just come out. And I'm like,
Would you
oh,
buy
what is
Tesla
this?
right now?
Tesla? I don't know. I mean, I had
I
sold it.
hold Tesla. I like round tripped it, and I'm just really sad about it.
Oh man, yeah, that's not good. I mean, I sold it pretty early. I got in at like 155. I sold some at 228 and some at like 250, and then I think the rest at like 267 or something. And
I didn't know what I was
I didn't.
doing. I bought Tesla at Tesla leverage stock when Tesla was at 200, and I was like, what the hell? Yeah. And then it goes up to 400. I was like, wow, I should have bought way more of this. It was like the most profitable thing in my account, and I just held it. I mean, the way I was raised by my mom
Mm,
investing, like you just hold everything for the long term, and like she had some investment advisor like that. Um, and then through crypto, I've learned like, okay, you actually take profits on things. Like you don't
yeah,
just.
you do gotta. You're not up until like so there's realized gain and there's unrealized gain. So you can be up in something ridiculously, but like if the money's not real until you actually take profit. Like until you actually sell it, like you didn't actually make anything. So it's
Yeah,
always
like
good to take profits like when they're there. Because if you don't take profits, somebody else will take it for you.
in my mom's investment advice, it was just like never. It was like never sell anything. You just like hold it for like 30 years. It seemed like. and I was
I
always
mean,
frustrated. But,
that's more of a way to like protect your wealth. Like it's like, you kind of just set it and forget it. But if you want to make money, like, yeah, you definitely do have to like be in and out like more frequently than 30 years. But you can
uh,
make like pretty good, like if you invest in the right thing and it goes up like a ridiculous amount over the course of like 5, 10, 15, 20 years, then like you did pretty good. Like if you invested in Apple 20 years ago, you'd be styling right now. So I mean, there are
yeah.
certain scenarios, but it's hard to pick them. Like unless you're like a really good stock picker, you have a great understanding for like innovative technology or something like that. Then
I mean, in retrospect, I mean, like I bought Tesla right before it went from 200 to 400, the leverage. So, I mean, it was like really stupid to not sell that. I had no understanding of like how volatile the stock was, and like it was,
well, at
like,
this time 10 years ago, Tesla was at $12.65 on this day 10 years ago.
that's crazy. Well, I mean, whoever bought it then is really doing good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the power of buying and holding, but I mean, to actually make money, unless you're like an early adopter in something, and to actually make money, you gotta kind of be in and out and you just try to gain more shares. And then the next time it goes up, so like say it goes up, you say you buy some, it goes up 10% and you sell it all, or you sell half of it, right? Then it comes back down to like your entry. Well, you can now afford to buy more shares. So you end up with
Yeah,
more shares, like 5% more shares.
I
So
mean,
you
it went
buy
up
like,
100. It went up 100% in like, an, I don't know what that was, matter a few months or something. It's like really good,
yeah, so say
and
you
I
bought a
and I
hundred,
did nothing. Sorry.
say you bought 100 shares, right? It goes up 100%, and you sell 50 of them, and you hold the other 50. Well, if it comes all the way back down to your entry, like then and it goes down 50%, right? Like now you could buy 50% more. So you'll end up with you could end up buying like 100 more shares, and
I mean,
then
that's all. I can't stop thinking about that. I was like, God damn it! Like I could have had so many more.
so you could always hold 50, and then but in the end you end up with 150, and like but with the same amount of money that you invested 100 with the same amount of money that without injecting new money you you could get for the same amount of money that you invested at 100, you could now have 150 shares. So you end up with more
Hindsight,
shares than you started with.
hindsight is 2020.
Yeah.
See, I did the same thing with all my crypto. It's just like my dog just licked my mouth. Uh, uh,
By
I'm
the way,
sorry.
very interesting conversation, guys. Thank you, quite Gon, for the explanation,
Oh,
and
yeah, no
Kelly
problem.
for asking the questions that I want to ask, but I don't dare.
Oh yeah, thank you, Kwai,
Yeah, don't
for
ever be
for
afraid
taking
to
all
ask
this
questions.
time.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, that's why I'm here. That's why we're all here to sort of try to help each other. I'd share my chart and also, buddy, like don't be afraid to ask questions because the only stupid question is the one that you don't ask. Um,
Yeah, I was exaggerating a bit because I'm often here and listening, but I'm more a listener than actually actively asking things.
eh,
Week is listening to.
well, I
But
mean,
I
it's good. That's
recognized myself in Caliphant's struggle because I think I'm at the same position as she is.
all right. Well, I
I'm
wasn't really under the
I ran
impression that
everything. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I wasn't really under the impression that there was that many newer people in here because I've actually had a couple of people like approach me and ask me about stuff and like I've taught them like some pretty basic things. So I was thinking like I heard Dbloc say the other day like because somebody asked him like where would you start if you were just starting to learn and he was like I don't really even know because like it's been so long since I started that I don't even know where to start. But I think if I could get like a small group of people together, figure out who in here is like really kind of on the more novice side and like is pretty new to trading or technical analysis, I could do like a little seminar. Like we could jump down to another room or something. Like if D Block doesn't want us to do it on YouTube, then we can go down to another room like live charting or something. That's where I went down and I helped a couple people down there with some stuff and I could run like a little seminar and just do like some basic, just showing like basic TA and doing like, like one day I could show like support resistance and trend lines. And then on another day, like, I could explain, moving averages and give some examples. And then, I could go through another day I could go through like a group of oscillators or whatever, like,
That
I
would
could
be
explain like
cool.
I could go through like candlesticks. I could do one on chart patterns. Like we can go through like a lot of like basic stuff. Like if there's like a group of you together that like want to learn some basic stuff, I can sort of do like a basic little crash course on some of the beginner stuff when it comes to TA and just run through it with you guys. And if you
Probably.
guys,
There's probably a bunch of people.
yeah, I mean, if you guys have any questions or anything too, then you can ask me like one on one. It's like, because when you have somebody to actually talk to, it's way easier than like just trying to learn from a video because you can't actually like interact with that person. Like all you can gain is like what the information that they've given you in the video, and you can like rewind it and like replay it. But like unless you're actually able to ask them questions, it's not as interactive. So I feel like people learn better when you're in a scenario where you can actually like interact with the person that's trying to show you something. And I can like share my screen and like do stuff live on the chart and stuff like that too.
That's an amazing offer.
Yeah, I would be up for it as well.
Yeah, well maybe I'll talk to D-Block and see if I can get him to make like a certain role or something for people
I
that
love chart. I love chart school.
yeah. Yeah, if he can make like a role for people that, and he can explain to people like, hey, if you want to learn some of this basic stuff, like I can ask me for this role, and like I'll give you the role, and then I can tag people and say like, hey, look, guys, I'm gonna run through this sort of like this sort of subject for the next hour down in the live charting room or something. Like when I have
But
time, like
you should look at the chat. Which, some people sound excited, or someone sounds excited.
in the
Sorry,
chat, like in the
someone's
YouTube chat.
yeah. Someone said that would be amazing, and we would love it. I'm down! Exclamation.
Well, are they in the Discord?
Oh, I don't know. It's on the YouTube chat. I don't know. Are you? Hey, Lee Wong, are you in the Discord? You'll have to join the Discord to do it. They didn't.
Do it, do it.
Okay. That's what you're like.
Oh,
Are
they
they?
said yes. So yeah, I guess they're in the server. All right.
I think a lot of people would really like it.
Yeah, I'll talk to D-Block about because then that way he can still do his thing here uninterrupted on YouTube and like the um like during like active market sessions and stuff, or if he's actively in a trade, then he doesn't have to worry about it, and I can sort of get people a little bit more up to speed so that they
Lee
you know
Wong even paid $50 for the Discord.
oh nice.
All right, keeping it.
Well,
You're a good Samaritan.
Yeah, well, I gotta give back what was given to me. So
Oh, did somebody teach you a bunch? Dbloc?
yeah, Dbloc has taught me a lot. Actually, I learned a lot about crypto and TA from Dbloc, and just like he's got like a lot of knowledge about like a lot of other like outside stuff, like the in-depth research that he does into a lot of different market dynamics is really insightful, and he has like this way of thinking outside the box and like
Yeah,
putting two and two together. Like he'll find a lot of different things that is like he's like, okay, so this is happening and this is happening. Why are they both happening at the same time? And what does it mean? And like he'll figure out the answer and he'll like come to a conclusion, like just like on his own.
the market
Like,
dynamic stuff is like game changing, like stuff that I coming in when I randomly came across this channel. It was the day that Libra token was launched. It
oh
was funny,
man.
like I was walking my
Yeah.
dog and it was just this. I was like, "What is this?" Like it was just a chart, and then I heard some people talking, and I was like, "Whoa, these are traders!" I was like, "They're actual real traders." And that one guy, I think it's the guy who has like the tornado situation right now. He was like, "I'm shorting it, 100x leverage," and then somebody was like, "I don't think you should do that. It's at support right
Amen.
now." And he was like,
Oh,
"It's
but
only $5."
yeah, dude, he killed it because like it did keep crashing.
But
That thing
then
was a total rug pull.
he tried to do it would have been great, but then he tried to do isolated leverage for the first time, and it ended up being like a 10-cent trade or something.
Oh yeah, he kind of like something got messed up with his margin ratio or whatever.
Mm,
But yeah, that's
but
me and like I've known Dblock since like 2020 or so. So I've known him for like 5 years now. But and I mean it wasn't just him. Like I had a lot of people like teach me a lot of stuff. Like there was a lot of good traders that I ran into and they ended up teaching me a lot of things that I took sort of everything that I learned from everyone because everyone has sort of their own style of trading and everyone has sort of their own specialty and like things that there's certain areas that they know a lot about and like I just sort of took what I heard from a lot of different people that had a lot of different perspectives and sort of threw it all together. But I also
sorry,
learned like, from people just from like I've like read books and watched YouTube videos and learned like more like not even just about technical analysis but like trading psychology and like
oh, I feel like
uh,
trading psychology is like the hardest of it all.
it definitely is, but that's stuff that like you can't really be like so you can't really learn about market psychology until like after you really start learning how to trade, and you can't really start learning how to trade until after you start learning technical analysis and like you can dig deeper into like some other stuff, like you know what I mean, because once you're like actually like okay, like I kind of am getting the hang of charting now and like understanding how price action works and like why it moves the way it does and like how each and every action has an equal and opposite reaction. But then there's also like when you're actually trading and you start feeling the emotions that are involved with like money. This is why I tell people they should try paper trading first, just to like get the hang of
Oh,
like what it's
I
like to
felt the
open a
emotion.
position.
I've been liquidated. I felt the emotions.
Yeah. Well, it's like with paper trading, it's like you kind of get, yeah, you're not making any money and it feels like you're putting time and effort into something and you're not making any money, but it's better to practice like entering positions and exiting positions and understanding like when and where to click the buttons and why. Like you can learn all that type of stuff through paper trading without all the emotions. And it kind of
I I
trains you to
I
not be
agree.
emotional about it.
I agree. Everyone's just too stupid to do it.
Yeah, well, everyone just wants to make money. Like you get into this to make money, but then you don't realize until after you've lost money why the stuff like paper trading is so important, you know, because it trains you to not be emotional about trading. You know, once you get in the habit of click and buy and click and sell, and like you see like, oh, did I buy at the right time? Did I sell at the right time? Was this a good time to do this? And like, understanding the logic behind placing a trade and executing a trade, like and sticking to a plan, and like having a system and a strategy that works out, that has rules, like,
What is
and practicing risk management.
what is
That's what's gonna make you money in the long run, because like it will actually save you money. Like practicing that stuff, it will save you money because you don't have to spend as much getting liquidated and getting stopped out a bunch of times. Like if you're trading with live bullets, like you like it kind of gives you this push to like, wow, I gotta get good at this fast. But it
and I
also
was
like
listening
doesn't give
when
you the time to.
I was listening when Dbloc was talking about like if every person in crypto, if I tell them to just trade like $101 trades, like and then come back, like yeah, I wish I had done that.
Yeah. I mean, if you're
That's
willing to
basically
risk a hundred
what I'm
dollars.
doing now. Like I I I put like I only put like $15 in the account at a time, and I do like $1 trades.
Yeah, I mean that's good because you know that your maximum risk is $1, and you'll never lose more than $1 in a single trade. Like, but that's the thing. Like, I had a buddy tell me one time, like he's like, he's like, say you have $1,000 in your account, and like this guy's been in crypto since like 2008. He's like, say you have one, like, and he's talking to me about perpetuals. He's like, say you have $1,000 in your account. He's like, you should only be risking $1 on each trade. And I'm like, $1? He's like, yeah. And he's like, because you need to be able to make 1,000 trades, like just to have the experience that you need to actually like learn what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, how to do what you're doing right, how to do it consistently. And it's like he's like, if you can make 1,000 trades in a row, you'll have a much better idea, like of if you're gonna be like, you have a sample size, you're like, if you're gonna be profitable or not, whether what you're doing is working or if it's not working, or
I think I've probably made like 100 terrible trades.
well, I mean, it's like if you have the room to be like, okay, so if you have first, what you need is a strategy, and then you need a plan that works off of that strategy. Then you need rules that stick to the criteria of the strategy and the trade. You need like a validation and an invalidation. And once you have those things, you have a system. And if your system tells you to put on a trade, like no matter what the criteria is, whatever you think is going to work, right? If your criteria is met for you to enter a trade, and you do it, you enter the trade and it works out great, you have a winner. If you get stopped out and you are practicing risk management, you say, okay, well, my validation was here, and that's where I put my stop loss, and I got stopped out of the trade. If you go by the same methodology and you stick to the rules and the strategy, and you get stopped out like 20 times in a row and you don't get a single winner, then you can say like, okay, there's something wrong with the strategy, or there's something wrong with or I'm not following the strategy, or I'm not following the rules of the strategy. And you figure out which one it is. Like either you're not following the rules, or um your entries you haven't met the criteria of what's needed for the strategy to work, or you are, or it's just a shitty strategy and the strategy doesn't work. So like,
The Oh, sorry.
well, I was just gonna say, if you get stopped out like 20 times, like you can figure out like, okay, that's a large enough sample size where it's like, okay, there's something wrong with this strategy. There's either something wrong with the way I'm executing the strategy, or there's something wrong with the strategy itself, and it's just not profitable. So what do I need to fix? And that's when you go back and back test, like, what did I do wrong with this trade? What did I do wrong with this trade? If you get a winner, you can even go back and say, oh, well, what did I do right here? Like, so say you get 2 losers in a row, but then you get a winner. You're going off the same strategy, the same rules. You get 2 losses in a row, but then 1 win. You can look back and say, okay, well, what did I do right here that I didn't do back
I
here on
mean, I
these
need
other
to get
2?
more of a strategy. I'm like, I'm trying to, like, I don't, I like, I don't really have a great, I don't really have like, yeah, I don't have like rules and a strategy. I'm trying to figure that out. That's why I'm like, I like that huge in-depth answer you gave me, because everybody else is like, you just need to learn market structure, and I'm like, that doesn't really help me. um because you told me a bunch of stuff, but like I've been learning about the things you said, so it's formed a picture in my head. It was like a lot, but I could, you know, I was able to follow what you were saying. Like, I mean, it was a challenge, but I was able to follow what you were saying. At least it was able to like form a picture for me of like how somebody enters a trade, as opposed to people just being like, oh, you need to learn market structure. Like, that doesn't work for me.
Yeah,
It's
you
just
can't just
so
say, hey,
bad.
you need to learn this and then not explain it.
Like, yeah, and then,
What I've found is that, like, unless you can explain something to a 5-year-old and have them understand, then you don't really fully understand it yourself.
Guys,
but I feel like a lot of times I feel like I know nothing, but I know what a bull div is, and like, you know, the range, and so I know like the basics of like everything you were talking about. So like it formed a picture for me of like how you enter a trade, and that's helpful. And
I have to
especially
disagree with
like,
you guys here
what?
because I have to disagree with you here because first tool that is given to a trader is market structure.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm not saying
On that
market
market
structure is not
structure,
important. I just need more advice than somebody saying, learn market structure. I am learning market structure. I need more
So,
advice than
so
that.
what is the disagreement?
on first tool is market structure. To pinpoint your entries, your take profits, your stop losses,
Oh,
and
surgeon.
all the other tools on the market structure, you apply a plan. You backtest your plan with $1 out of those $1,000. Let's say you have a demo account, like a real demo account. Okay, you try to destroy $1,000 with 1,000 bad trades. Like you try to play against the market and you try to self-destroy your account. See how much of a percentage you have wins and losses. When you backtest all the market strategy that you would like to have, your plans, your management of your portfolio, of those $1,000 that you allow yourself to lose, until you have done that, you will continue to lose, like in exponentially. I've done that.
Well,
So
I've taken in like a million bad trades.
There's no way you've taken a million trades in your life.
I mean, you know what I mean. At least 100, at
yeah,
least.
so on the market structure, you apply the specifics that you've stated earlier. Rules, stick to the plan, backtest. Like before you want to put a trade, you backtest it with a virtual trade. Like you just look at the market and you say, on this market structure, I would like to go long, and you wait for, I don't know, 10 days. If it has to, you have to wait 10 days to see if it plays out, just virtually.
Did you say 10 days?
Yeah, you can stay on a trade to actually happen for 10 days. Like you can stay up to 10 weeks if you'd like to happen. If you're a whale, you stick to the plan and you pinpoint your entries on a certain market structure. Otherwise, you're going to disrupt the market structure and you're going to destroy your account.
Um,
What's the long term?
so, um, somebody asked a question in the chat, and I just want to address it real quick. Somebody
Yes.
said,
Sorry, my dog.
It's all right. So IMT33Y says, can you explain the vector candle pink versus green, etc.? So there's the red candles and the green candles. So like obviously like red you're going down, green you're going up. The green ones are that represents 200% of the volume of the last 10 candles. I think it's 200%. Yeah, so the green vector candle means that the average volume is 200% higher than the average of the previous 10 candles. So if it's going up and it has 200% higher volume than the average volume of the previous 10 candles, then it's going to be green. The pink one is the same thing. It's just a red candle instead of it's a down candle instead of an up candle. So the pink vector candle is just is a red version, like it's a down version candle, but it means that if it turns pink, it means that it has 200% more volume than the average volume of the previous 10 candles. But it's a down candle instead of an up one. That's the only difference between the green and pink vectors. They both have 200% more volume than the previous 10 candles, but one closed higher than it opened and the other one closed lower than it opened. The green one being closing higher than it opened and the pink one closing lower than it opened. There's like a much more in-depth explanation that I'm sure Dbloc could give you as far as like what they actually mean, but that's what the colors represent.
Does it also mean do they have a fair value gap?
I mean vectors I think typically do have a fair value gap, because if the market maker, like say there's a down candle and the market maker absorbs a ton of longs, then he's going to want to try to bring the price back up. Like, so say say you're in a downtrend and the price falls rapidly, but there's not that much liquidity. Well, if the market maker has to absorb a ton of long positions, he's going to want to try to bring the price back up there to get his money back, because he has to be able to break even or make a profit. So he's going to try to bring the price back up to where that vector was formed in order to get out of his position, because if he doesn't think that the trend is going to reverse and go up, then he wants to be able to get out and basically put his position onto somebody else, because he might be thinking that the trend is going to go down. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say that like every candle it could be considered a fair value gap, but if there was a fair value gap in it, that's why, because he's trying to get his money back, basically. Like when a whole ton of extra volume comes in, it's like the market maker is trying to absorb extra positions because there's no one else that has orders at that place, so there's not enough liquidity for just peer-to-peer traders to be able to fill the amount of
Which
orders
indicator
that the
did
price
you
action
use?
is presenting. The one he uses is called TR Main, or like if you look it up in TraderView, it's called Trader's Reality Main.
Traders Reality Main, MAIN.
Yeah, but there's like when it comes the way that it comes stock, there's like 1,000 different things on it. So the way that Dbloc has it set up, he's taken off a lot of the stuff. He's only left like the moving averages and the vector candles and I think a few other things, but that's when you first get it, you first open it, there's gonna be a whole ton of shit on the screen that like and a whole bunch of like labels and like there's like an average true range and like it looks like a spaghetti chart when you first open it up. So you kind of have to like go into the settings and take off a bunch of stuff that you don't really need in order to get it in the way that Dbloc has it set up. Like the when you first add the indicator to your chart, it doesn't look like that. He has it in a way that it looks a lot more clean than the actual whole version does.
I added it, and my chart looks the same. I don't know. Maybe it's not the right one. When you type in Trader's Reality, there's like a whole bunch, and then I typed in main, and I'll look at it later.
Yeah, I think it's called either Trader's Rally Main or TR Main.
Do you use it?
Yeah, I use it from time. I don't use every aspect of it, but I use the hybrid system sometimes to gather confluence on where I think the
You use it
direction is.
hybrid system?
Yeah, that's what Tino calls it from Trader's Reality. He calls it the hybrid system. It's everything that's involved with the indicator, like the session highs, session lows, like market maker sessions, and
Who's Tino?
he's he runs a channel called Trader's Reality. And
On YouTube?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you use different candles sometimes?
Not really. Like, I mean, I have used other types of candles, like, but I mean, like sometimes, like, so I use just regular candlesticks mostly, but like sometimes I switch to like Heiken-ashi candles and stuff like that.
Oh,
But
you don't use vector candles most
I
of the
use
time.
yeah, I mean, I do use them sometimes. Like it depends on what the situation is like, but there's like it's like like the vector candles like they can be useful just to look at to see if there is like a vector gap that is either above or below in it like on a certain time frame to see if there's like certain confluence and like also to get an idea of like the volume what the volume is like for that candle without even having to look at the volume. You kind of get an idea if there's a vector, but really it's sort of like the footprint. The reason why Dbloc uses it is because it's like a footprint of like the market maker, like what the market maker is doing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he likes to keep an eye on them. And then the moving averages are there to just tell you like sort of what the momentum is like and whether or not it's shifting. But yeah, I mean I use vectors, but it's not like the main part of my analysis usually. It's
So
but
you
I
usually
definitely
just
use them for
have
confluence.
usually you just have regular candles.
Yeah. I mean, there's other ones that like one that I was using for a while before was called like the Phantom Flow or something like that. But I mean, I found it to be like kind of a little bit too confusing. And with the volatility of crypto, it's sort of misleading sometimes. And there's like a lot of different scenarios that just sort of like the more scenarios that you have, it's hard to explain. The more scenarios that you have, the harder it is to draw a conclusion. And this thing would present like a lot of different types of scenarios. So it was difficult to actually like come to a conclusion as to like what it was trying to tell you. It's not really the same as vector candles.
Somebody asked, "Do you think the bottom is in? Is it good to trade the dips?" And then seems like it seems like a risky time to trade.
I mean, I wouldn't be trading over the weekend unless you're like sort of an advanced trader or like an experienced trader. I wouldn't be trying to trade over the weekend. I would just chill and like sort of try to see what happens on Sunday night or like Monday at like New York session or after New York closes. But yeah, I mean, I personally think that we're on our way up, and that we're probably going to be going up and putting in higher lows for like the next week or two. Um, but I mean, I'm not 100% on that, but I mean, that's what I think. I've got a bullish bias right now. Like, I think we're going to be climbing up unless some sort of weird, wacky news stuff happens. Aside from
Shit
that,
about
we could be trading in a range between like 80 to 85 area. Might just stick in that range for a little while.
DJ Gizmo says rockets.
Rockets, rockets, rockets.
I should have bought the dip more.
Yeah, I mean, I was in here when we were like basically at the bottom, and I was like, dude, guys, I'm buying heavy right now. And everyone was like, I'm so bearish. We're going to 60K. And I'm like, I'm like, give me some of whatever you guys are smoking, because I don't think it's going to do that.
I've been pretty bearish, but I'm not 60K. I've been waiting for 72K, but I guess everyone's waiting for that. So
Yeah, and I mean, the market is designed to fool most of the people most of the time. Like,
yeah.
this really is what it's for. It'll juke people out so hard. So it's like when you're around for long enough, you start to see like through the bullshit. Like, you hear something or you see something, like you see something on the chart, or you hear something in the news, or you hear chatter on Twitter, or you see what YouTubers are posting, or like whatever, and it's like, okay, what is the vast majority of people bearish? Like, is almost everybody you hear from bearish? Is everything super oversold? Like, are we at a level of support? Is there a bunch of FUD coming out? Like, is like, you start to see all these things. Is fear and greed index like at really low numbers? That's when you're like, okay, I'm gonna buy some stuff. Like, you kind of have to do the opposite of what everyone's thinking.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
a lot of times it ends up being like that. Now, don't get me wrong, when you're in a down, we are still in a downtrend. But so it's kind of too early to say, oh, we've got that signal for like a more sustained reversal. But my gut tells me like we've seen probably most of the worst of what's going to happen in the short to midterm. Whether or not we make a lower high or just a slightly higher high, but still not a new all-time high, that's sort of a different story. More of the picture has to be painted before we have a good answer on that. Right
All
now, we're
in on
kind of
the
having trouble.
sorry. Trouble
Well, right
getting
now
up.
we're kind of having trouble breaking back above the areas that we need to be, but at the same time, it is the weekend. Volume is typically low on the weekend. Market maker stuff runs on like algorithms and stuff, so it's basically like on autopilot. So unless there's some sort of catalyst to either send it shooting up or shooting down, like if something comes out over the weekend, like some news that's like really bullish for crypto, then we might get a break to the upside. If there's news that's really bearish, like for crypto, or like in a macroeconomic situation, like something that you kind of can't really forecast or like predict, then it might drop, but I would think that with how much FUD came out and how much fear was in the market, the other day or a few days ago, earlier this week, and we got two drops, like, then I would say that it's like, I think we've seen like most of the worst of the blood so far. Like, we could go down a little bit lower to test like, between 72 75 area, but there's like the downside risk is minimal compared to the upside potential, if you ask me.
All in on
And
AVAX.
we have been trading, and we have been in, like I said, like sort of a little tertiary uptrend for the past few days now. So I'd
What are
say
you
there's a higher
buying?
probability that we're going up.
What did you buy? Bitcoin?
No, I mean, I went in deeper on like some of my higher conviction plays, and I bought like my gas coin. Like, so I bought BNB, ETH, and Solana because I'm gonna need those. Also bought Sui because I think it was basically at a target that I've had up for a long time. Since before it was at $5, I was like, I wish it would just come back down to like $2 or like 2.30 or something, and like it went there. So like I bought a bunch of Sui. And these are things that like I'm gonna be swapping for other tokens, so I need them. I'm gonna need them in the future, so I'm buying them cheap. And I don't care if I hit the absolute bottom, as long as they're cheaper than they're going to be in the future, then I don't care. And then, I got a few of my other like higher conviction stuff like Jupiter and BMX and
BMX?
BMX, yeah. It's a
Uh,
gaming infrastructure coin, but
is that
it's like
newer?
really it's newer. Okay, so like it's not brand new. Like it did technically Beam came out in November of 2023,
Oh, did you say Beam? Oh, I
but
know Beam. Oh, you said Beam.
yeah,
Oh, I think it's BMX. Oh, I have. You just mean Beam? Oh, you call it
yeah,
BMX?
yeah. I mean, really, the ticker is BMX, but yeah, you can call it Beam. Like it really, the coin is called Beam.
I have Beam.
Yeah,
Oh,
Beam's a good one.
my Beam is very down. I had it was worth more before. Now I have like $300 worth of Beam. I should buy more. I
I mean, you
should.
can bring your average down. If you're underwater, you could definitely bring your average down. That's what I'm doing. I mean, my other like sort of like AI type of stuff. Like, I mean, I've got like fetch and near, render. I went in a little deeper on Crow, CRO. I bought more Algorand for my ISOs, got Quant. I mean, those are all some pretty good projects. There's some stuff that I bought that I'm not going to mention here because it's way too risky for people that are listening. But
I wish
yeah, I mean,
I
that's
had
the
bought
gist.
250 render. I never. I always in like the retrospect, like the next day, I'm like, render was freaking $2.50 yesterday. I'm like, like I should have bought that. Like, and then when I look back, I'm like, it's not going back down there. I mean, it's possible, but well, I mean, it could, of course, but I don't know. I always do that. Like, I see those prices, and I'm like, oh, I don't think about it in the moment, and then the next day, I'm like, that was like crazy cheap. But
Yeah, I mean, Tau, if you want something that's really kind of down back where it started, Tau is probably a pretty good buy too.
I
It
actually bought some
sensor.
towel. I did buy the dip. I bought Suey and towel. And
Dude, I
pop, I
called this
got a little bit of pup kit because it got listed on Robinhood.
I called this amazing trade when Tau was at like 580. I was calling for a short and that thing tanked so hard. And I was like, I'm definitely targeting like the 360. I'm like at least 360, if not like 250. And now the things that it went even lower than it went to 214, but now it's at 257. But that was a killer. And like somebody messaged me, they were like, thank you so much for getting me in on that because they made a killing.
Yeah, I mean that's sweet time to short. Yeah, Tao freaking tanked. Um, I mean, things kind of just like went up. Would you like be buying right now? Or like waiting?
Or to buy on spot or like to trade to put in like a
Spot.
leverage trade.
Spot.
I mean, you can always like it. DCAing is you can DCA kind of whenever, except for me, I don't really DCA on green days. Like I only DCA on red days.
See, I
And I
used
just
to do like in the past year. I mean, this is my first. Well, I've especially been like a year. I got into crypto like 1 year ago, and I've made so many DCAing mistakes. And yeah, I'm trying to change that. Like only DCAing on red days.
yeah, I try to wait until stuff is down like at least like 2 to 5% on the day, and Like I'll start to buy a little in. I mean, even better if everything on your watch list is down like 10%, then it's like, all right, perfect day to chuck some in, or like maybe even lump sum, because like I've been learning to just be like, okay, I'm gonna wait. There's gonna be like this huge capitulation event, and everyone's gonna sell off, and it's gonna be a huge long liquidation. I'm just gonna put in everything I made this week and just throw it all into spot.
'Cause yeah, what was it like yesterday? No, I feel like it was 2 days ago when everything. I caught the bottom on Sui and Tao. Time it's crypto's like a time warp, but I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before.
I like Doge. I was calling for 16-cent Doge too. Like when Doge was at 50 cents, and I was like, dude, sell because it's gonna go back down lower and it's gonna go down. I'm like, I think it's gonna go to 16 cents, and everyone thought I was crazy. Like everyone legit thought I was crazy, and I'm like, sure as shit, it went down to 16 cents.
I mean, it's not up that much. It's only up like 3%.
Yeah, I mean, Doge could definitely. I'm looking at the weekly chart, and I'm like, we're getting like bullish hammers almost. So it's like not the worst place to buy. There's definitely much worse places to buy than after a huge drop. Like from
I
the local all-time high where Doge fell from, I mean, it's down 64% still. So
I
even if it
actually
puts in a lower
sold my
high, it's
Doge.
like,
I actually sold it at 34 cents.
well,
My my
that's good.
my friend who he's not like a trader. He's like a straight like crypto, like really serious crypto investor who like taught me everything about crypto. And he was like, "You should sell that." Like, so I did.
Yeah, I mean, even if it goes back up to 30 cents from here, that's like 100% move. Even if it doesn't go any higher. Like even if it
I
doesn't
guess
go
I
any
should buy
higher than
back
30 cents.
in. Considering I sold it at 30. I've
Yeah, I
got
mean,
And
you
yeah.
that
can
If I
Doge
definitely
pump
get
was
remember.
nice. When it went to 47 cents, that was a nice pump.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
didn't
knew it
sell
was
the
pretty.
cap, but I bought it at like 13 cents. So I mean, it was
But like
pretty
that's
good
It
the thing.
price.
felt pretty good.
The longer that you trade, the closer you'll get to hitting tops. Like you'll be able to see so much more. Like over time, it just takes like hours and hours of looking at charts and like learning new stuff and seeing things play out. So like it's one thing to like learn stuff. Like you could learn all about Fibonacci retracements and stuff, right? But like until you actually start like implementing it on the chart, drawing them yourself and seeing them hit the levels and seeing them reject or like bounce, like like you have to see it play out so many times before you really like, okay, I have a feeling that this is gonna happen.
I've
Like
just
when you
been like failing on my spot trades. It's just the past year. So, oh God.
that's all right, at least you can just hold them. But I mean, honestly, the first step in getting good at something is kind of sucking at something. Really, honestly, like especially like, dude, people don't really understand how hard this is. Like trading is so hard.
Oh,
And people are like,
it is.
"Oh, I just
Yeah,
suck
it's
at
so
this.
hard.
Like I suck and I don't know what I'm doing." It's like, "Well, yeah, like it's really you don't suck. This is just really hard and you'll get better at it as long as you don't quit."
I mean, I like listened to Dbloc when that pump when everybody got all bullish and he was like, "I'm shaving off 20% from everything that pumped," and he's like, "Just so you." And, and I didn't take any profits that day, and I'd already been listening to him for I mean I think like a month at that point, and I was like, man, I've learned more than I have from like anything else from this dude about trading. And I'm just like, whatever,
Yeah, but
profits. And then the
see,
next day it tanks.
he knew that he should have been taking profits there because he's seen the same thing a bunch of times before, right? And like now that he was right, and that's why it's like, okay, like that's why he said it. That's why he said, "Hey, I'm shaving off," because it's like he knows what he's doing. So it's like, "Hey, I'm shaving off some here." So people that don't have as good of an idea are like, "Oh, well, he really knows what he's doing, and if he thinks it's a good time to sell, like, maybe I should consider it." And like, more experienced traders, they kind of try to save people from drawdown as much as possible, but you also can't really tell people what to do with their money. You can kind of
Yeah.
just like say
I
what
mean, if
you're
I hear
doing.
him say that again, I'm gonna take some profits. Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
okay.
It's like, hey guys, I'm taking profits and here's why. And like, that's my theory. Like he's putting his money where his mouth is. Like, hey, look, like I'm buying here, and like because I think it's gonna go up, or like like I'm selling here because I think it's gonna go down. At the root of it all, trading is like you buy with intentions of that thing getting more expensive, going up in value, and you sell with intentions of some of it going down in value or losing value or getting cheaper, right? Because you want to be able to buy it cheaper and sell it when it's more expensive. You don't want to
Yeah,
get caught being the person that buys higher because then like, you want to be the person that's selling to that person.
that's my goal, but that's that's been the goal. I am still trying to accomplish that.
Like so like I need people. I'm trying to figure out how to say this that in a way that doesn't sound mean. I need people that don't know what they're doing. I need them to be participating in the market because I need someone to sell to. Like
Well, I heard Dbloc say something like that today. Or
that's
just
how we make
yesterday.
money. That's how
Yeah.
we make money. Like, somebody
I don't
somebody
wanna I
has to
don't
be.
wanna be that person though. I don't
Yeah,
want
so just get better at trading. That's the only way.
to.
And sometimes you gotta just like live through it. Like it's a lot of trial and error, a lot of failure. Like
Yeah.
all of the best traders that have like an epic success story, they're behind that is like an initial story of like complete and total failure where they lost everything.
I've
You
been
know,
living
so
well, I've been living through it for like a year. I mean, I certainly haven't lost everything. I'm holding all the I've round tripped all this spot. I mean, I'm super underwater on, 'cause I rode so much spot down, all these alts, and well, you know how people are who held these alts, like I'm super down. Um, and
Sweetie,
yeah,
I've
so
been
I'm
doing this for years and years, and I still have positions that I'm down on and in the red on. I still lose trades all the time. Don't be so hard on yourself, especially since you're pretty new.
But that's why, but yeah, I've been like messing it up for like a year. That's why, but I didn't get like serious about learning technical analysis until the last couple of months. But yeah, that's why I'm so determined to like I have to learn how to trade because like this market like it's just like if you don't know how to trade, even if you're not leverage trading, it's like eating like just it's eating you up like even on spot trades. So I've like been
Yeah.
like I have to do this. I have to learn. Like I feel
Yeah,
determined.
well, that's what drives you to learn. It's getting your ass kicked, and then you're like, all right, I need to get better at fighting because I'm sick of getting my ass kicked. Like that's what I mean. Like I used to fight, and like I wouldn't fight the dudes like when I was training in the gym and stuff. Like I used to fight MMA. When I was training, I wouldn't fight the dudes like that I could beat up easily. I would fight the dudes that were bigger and stronger than me and better fighters than me that could kick my ass because I wanted to be able to keep up with them. Like I wanted to be able to challenge myself enough to be able to keep up with them. And that's what made me a better fighter was challenging myself. So it's like if you're not challenging, whatever doesn't challenge you won't change you.
You don't sound like a fighting man.
I had a dark history. I have a dark past, but a lot of things a lot of
Sorry,
things
wait, I don't
changed.
know. The way you said it, I didn't mean, I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I couldn't tell if you were being serious.
Well, I mean, also like when what I was talking about there, like I would fight for sport, but I used to get in street fights and stuff all the time, or like bar fights and stuff like that. But I had
There's a big contrast earlier. I was listening when you guys were talking about your like really funny pickup lines, like the really goofy pickup lines, and they were like, "You guys are so nerdy," and
Yeah, I was kind of playing into it a little bit.
so, yeah,
You gotta have
it's
a
funny.
decent sense of humor. You can't take life too seriously because nobody makes it out alive.
That's a Bugs Bunny quote.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I might not sound like that type of person. I might not sound like the type of person that I used to be because I'm not that person anymore. Like I grew up, a lot of things changed, especially like after the pandemic and stuff. A lot of things changed in my life.
Now you are a chart nerd quoting Bugs Bunny
Yep,
on
you got it.
Discord. When I was what?
Say hit the nail on the head.
When I was a kid, that was my like one of my favorite quotes, and I had like my sister gave me a magnet like for my birthday with Bugs Bunny and that said that.
I got it from Van Wilder.
Oh, Bugs Bunny said it first. I think it might be like from something like somebody else, but I don't know. I'm really tired too.
Who
Oh my
who
god.
the hell knows where it started? But it's a good quote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody said Doge to 12 cents, short it.
No,
No way. You're mad.
12
I've been saying no for lower since like 25 cents. Gonna be completely honest, but 12 cents, I don't know, man. A little too low.
Yeah, I think if it goes to like the 12 cent, 10 cent area again, that's too low. Anything lower than 14 cents is probably a goner for a while. I don't think it'll get there though.
If it goes to 12, I might as well go to 10.
It's doing a stealth move.
Stuff, man.
You look at
Also,
that fibs.
Quiet, you had the worst pickup line. You should never go into a bar and say to a woman, "You going down?"
No, it's an elevator.
What?
It was an elevator. It was an elevator.
Um, it just sounds like really inappropriate.
Huh. Well, I mean, I was like being an ass. Like I wouldn't actually do that, but I'm just saying. Like I was playing into the whole conversation. I was being sarcastic. It's like you go, like you want to get an answer quick. You step in an elevator with a girl and you say, Are you going down?" And
Oh
then you
my
have
That's
an
a
god.
answer either
fantastic
way.
idea. You guys, you're a
Yeah.
good thinker, man.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Whether it's a yes or no, you have your answer right away. All right.
I would be scared if somebody did that. I'd be like, "Oh my god, what?" Or I don't know. I guess it depends on the.
Well, see, I say that to you, like you step in the elevator with me, and I say, "Are you going down?" And you freak out on me or whatever. They're like, "Oh, that's so inappropriate." Then I just say, "I meant like, are you going like down, like downstairs?" Like,
Well, it's probably just the context of the conversation of the pickup line. If somebody just if said that, I would probably just think that they meant that on the elevator. But since you were talking about pickup lines,
oh
that's why.
shit, dude. A JLPZ brought up a. He says, "What if you're on the top floor?" Then I guess it's not gonna work, bro. 'Cause you you might have to pull something else out of the tool belt at that point.
I thought you were talking about like being in a bar and you were just asking women you going down, and I was like, dude. Like, what the
Dude, that's pretty forward.
This is really rude. It's
Yo,
rude.
tell me that would not be so bold that it wouldn't work on like 1 out of 100 women.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure there's like some woman out there. I know.
But if you're shooting 100 shots, you're making at least one.
Yeah.
Even if
Yeah.
from
I
if it's
mean,
from even if it's from half court, dude, you're making at least one.
Yeah, man, for sure.
I mean, you would. I would just assume the guy was a douche.
Well, that's what type of girl you are. There's some raunchy chick out there that's like, give me like, sure. Where's the bathroom?
You should go. You should go try that tomorrow night, and then let us know what happens.
You dare me?
I dare you. I dare you.
All right. Like if I see a girl that I think I could work on, then maybe I'll attempt it.
Where are you from, Kwai?
Northeast.
What part?
I live in New Hampshire right now. I came from the North Shore. I used to be in the greater Boston area, but I'm a little bit more up north now.
Oh, where's the Boston
Yeah.
accent?
I got
Yeah, I'm
I got
down
a
here.
wicked Boston accent, kid. I pack my car in Harvard Yard. My friend Ocean always makes fun of me for the way I say yesterday. And I'm like,
You just have to go
hey,
into
I'm
a
like,
bar
just
and use your
saying
Boston
yesterday.
accent.
It hasn't been as thick as it is as it used to be, like 5-10 years ago.
It sounds like you can just bring it back.
Yeah, but why would I want to do that?
People
I
like
don't.
accents.
When I was with the people that I used to work with, like when I used to work in warehouses and stuff, like when I used to work in warehouses, dude, there was all these guys in there, and they would like just be talking about body different things.
People like accents. They think it's interesting.
Yo, yo, what up?
What up?
Are you up late again, Qui-Gon?
Yeah,
Is it,
I
what
mean,
time is it in your place?
it's almost 7 a.m.
Oh, damn.
You're gonna be tired today.
Yeah, I know. I said I'm not gonna stay up all night explaining stuff to people again tonight, and then that's exactly what I did.
That was what you did last night.
That's what I've been doing for like the last 4 nights. But I was kind of in a pissed off mood because I was out playing pool and my buddy, like his girlfriend's kind of a bitch, and she just like made like a bitchy comment to me, and like I was trying to help her with something, and she just like was like made a really bitchy comment about it, and then like he's like the white knight, he always sticks up for her even though like she's wrong.
I mean, it's
So
his girl.
yeah,
How
So
long
you
y'all
had
been
to,
boys for, though? That's what
well,
matters.
yeah,
to
What'd
not
she
calm
really
say?
down.
that long. They were already together when I met him.
Well, you know,
But
you know
it's
how
like
it is.
still he's so whipped that it's like she can't do anything wrong. Like he's not the type of guy that's gonna be like, hey, well look, like, he was just trying to help you and like give you advice on something. Like he was just trying to be nice. Like, he's not gonna be that. She's right. Oh, like don't bother her, like don't do like, but it's like, dude, oh, you don't have to be nasty. It's like, dude, she was being a bitch to me. I'm like, I was trying to be nice, try to help her, so she was being a bitch to me. Like, how is this my fault?
What did she say to you?
No, I was trying to just help her out with something on her pool game, and like I was like, "Hey, so something I noticed you do a lot." And she was like, "Yeah, no, thank you." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "I don't want unsolicited advice." Like you were just about to try to give me advice, like unsolicited advice, and like I'm okay, like I'm good, but no, thank you. I'm like, okay then. I'm like,
That's why I don't
how do
have.
you?
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't even know I was going to try to give you advice. I'm like, I was just trying to tell you something that I noticed you do a lot. I'm like, you didn't even let me finish my sentence. And she's like,
It does
yeah, but like,
sound.
I don't care, blah
It,
blah
it's
blah. Like,
kind of
I know
bitchy.
you were about to try to tell me what I could do better, blah, blah. She's like, I don't want that. So I'm like, okay, well, whatever. And then he steps in. He's like, hey, well, she doesn't want the advice, and like, just like leave her alone about it, blah blah. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And then she keeps going on with it or whatever. She's like, I understand. I would understand if like I was like a shitty pool player and I actually asked you for your advice, but I didn't ask you, and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, okay, well, whatever. Just I'm like, it's just a habit that like I think could really help you get. She's like, and she just kept being a bitch about it. I'm like, okay, whatever then. I'm like, she's like, well, I didn't ask for your advice, so like you don't have to try to give me advice when I didn't ask for it. I'm like, all right, then you can keep shooting the wrong way then. And he's like, and then her boyfriend's like, hey man, like you don't have to get all nasty about it, and like you have a nasty tone. She's just trying to play a game. I'm like, yeah, dude. Honestly, I wasn't the one that fucking was giving a nasty tone to begin with. I'm like, I was just trying to be nice and trying to help. Like she gave me a nasty tone. He's like, oh well, whatever. Let's just drop it before it escalates. And she's like, well, it's kind of already escalated at this point, so I'm like, whatever. And I just like try to drop it. And I'm watching them play, and then he makes a shot. And she's like, "See, so what would you tell him to do? What would you tell him to do better on his shot?" And I'm like, I wouldn't tell him anything. I'm like, because he has a good habit the way that he shoots. I'm like, the thing that you do, he doesn't do. So I wouldn't have try to give him the same advice. And like, it's just, I'm like, dude, so then he like takes her side and like tries to like come to defend her. So I'm like, dude, can you not see how fucking much of a bitch she's being? Like when I was literally just trying, she got pissed at me because I was trying to help her. And just the way she said it all bitchy and everything, it's like, okay, well, sorry. Like I didn't know you already knew everything about pool, but it's like, she's like, I mean, it's like if somebody's better than you at something, like if somebody was better than me at something and they tried to give me advice, I would at least listen to them and listen and hear them out and listen to what they had to say and then figure out whether or not I agree with them or not. And I would even be likely to try what they were suggesting and try it multiple times to see if it worked for me. And if it didn't, then I'm like, okay, well, this doesn't work for me. But like, I would at least try. She just didn't even want to let me finish my sentence. And she's like, all right, fine, bitch. Like,
It's just, yeah. It. I
You
mean, it
know,
sounds kind of. Maybe she doesn't like you very much. I mean, it does sound kind. It's,
now what I think
it
what
is
it is,
bitchy
some
comments.
some people they have like a super fragile ego and they take every kind of advice or constructive criticism, they take it really personal, and it's like a problem they have with themselves.
That's true.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely a her problem, not a me problem. I was just trying to help her get better at pool because I thought she was my friend, but it's like, all right, fine, bitch. I'll never fucking try to give you advice on anything ever again. Like, I don't even want to talk to you again. Like,
Oh man.
Her problem, not a me
Sounds
problem.
like she ruined your night.
no, I mean,
Was that
just when I
tonight?
originally, yeah, like it was earlier tonight, but it's just like when I just originally got back, I was kind of in a pissy mood, so I signed on to see what people were talking about. There was some people talking price action, then we went into like strategy and theory and stuff, so I just kind of chimed in. It's kind of hard to once I start talking, especially if people are asking me questions or like bringing up topics or trying to get my take on something. Once I start talking, it's hard for me to stop. I just keep elaborating. So I kind of talk a lot, like to the point where in other groups, people are like, "Dude, this dude never stops friggin' talking." Like it was
Well,
even
I
worse
feel you
when I
like
was
to help
on
people. I
when I
think
was
that's a good.
drinking. What's up?
You like to help people. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I try. But yeah, I mean, when I was like drinking and doing drugs, man, it was 1,000 times worse. So it was like people would be like, I would just go on and on and on this tangent forever. And like not stop talking about, like, I would explain every single aspect of it, like every single freaking scenario that I was seeing playing out on the chart, and people are like, Jesus, dude, like, quiet, like, stop, take a breath, dude. Like, you haven't even stopped and taken a breath for like the last 45 minutes. Like, how do you just keep talking like that? I'm like, dude, you think if I'm talking fast, I'm like, you should hear how fast my brain is going.
That's your like made up name. That's you chose that from Star Wars.
Yeah. Sort
I
of
like
like a
I heard
play on words a little bit.
that was
When I
another
first
like level to your nerdiness. It's like, oh, he's deep into Star Wars.
Oh yeah, I'm super nerdy. Like I got a wicked nerdy side. I got a bad boy side, I got a nerdy side, I got an intellectual side, I got a funny side, I got a bitchy side.
I've never heard of quite. I can't even know the full. I don't know the character.
Qui-Gon Jinn. How do you know
I
he's
was
from Star Wars then?
because you were talking about it.
Oh.
You were explaining it to somebody. Yeah, this is a character from Star Wars, and I was like, oh, 'cause I thought that was like your real name, and I thought I was like, is he Korean?
Yeah, dude, that would be a Korean name. Yeah, the way that I have it spelled is not like the way that the character's name is actually spelled. It's kind of a play on words, but it's um I don't know. When I first started Discord, like before I even got into like the trading communities on Discord, I was in other communities like gaming and stuff, and like anime and stuff like that. And it's just like I chose this name for whatever reason, and it just kind of stuck. I never changed it.
I haven't seen Star Wars in like God, I don't know, in like 20 years.
Damn.
It's kind of boring.
Never never too late to freshen up. Oh wow, it's kind of boring. All right, I don't think we can be friends.
Yeah, it's just not my thing. Like, I mean, it's okay, but
Yeah, all right. Well, it was nice knowing you. Where's the block button?
I know
Um,
I shouldn't talk
I,
about Star Wars fan. Like it's Star Wars. It's cheap. What's the word? It's people are extreme on Star Wars.
oh, here we go. Block and mute. All right. So, guys, now that she's out of the way,
Yeah, man.
I'm a
hang
duck.
out with the market.
I'm a duck. So that we need to watch our language.
What? What did we say?
I don't remember. Did I? I'm trying to remember. I'm surprised. I'm really tired. It's only 3 a.m. for me. Did I say something?
I
I
don't
don't
know. I
know.
heard you drop a couple F bombs.
Oh, dang it.
You were
Are you, my bad.
you were saying the F word. You were making racial slurs. I'm
Uh,
just kidding. You were talking. You were talking trash about Star Wars. That was the worst part.
I mean, Star Wars is okay. When I was in high school, I went and saw the movies because I loved Hayden Christensen when I was like, I don't know, like 15.
You said you had a crush on him?
Yeah, yeah. When I was like a teenager, I had the hots for Hayden Christensen, so I had to go see those movies. But the third one, they made them all gross. This was a long time. I was like, I don't know. I was like in junior high when the Phantom Menace came out. I don't even remember. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, so you're probably older than me.
Uh, I guess so. Yeah, I'm old. I'm 39.
Yeah, I was like a little tiny child when that came out.
I was all grown up teenager.
I'm 17, but I'm gonna be 18 soon. I'm like 17 and 3/4.
You're really a young trader.
Yeah, I got started early. As soon as I dropped out of middle school. It's like, that's it. I'm trading full time. Meme coins all day.
Anti-Doge committee. Somebody had to mute us. It's no big deal. I like to see the crypto posts. Man.
Well, what the
If
heck? Like, I don't feel like we were like really like.
I feel like we're doing a bad job
Hey,
here. Oh, we need to go. I need to exit. We need to go. We need to go off the air.
yeah, I didn't think we were being that vulgar. Maybe it was my elevator comment.
Somebody like upped your joke, took it to the next level, and said something. It was kind of funny.
What did they say?
I gotta scroll up. Do you mean? This is something do you mean would you like to go down in the elevator or something like that? It was like something.
Yeah. Have you ever gone down in an elevator? I mean, I'm sure if they've gone up, they've probably gone down. Unless they only take the elevator up and then they take the stairs every time.
You know,
And they go
Beast Mode
down.
called me lady. What? Beast Mode called me lady on Discord. Nothing can replace the book of TA. That's funny. Any YouTuber or any else. Details make the difference. I've been thinking that I should buy a book about candles, the candlesticks. I think I'm really lacking on candlestick knowledge. I just like know the basics, like, of the candlesticks. I'm starting to realize how much more there is to know about candlesticks.
Yeah, there's a lot in candlesticks. I know a lot about candlestick too. Like I said, I'll talk to Dbloc and I'll see if we can get a little side quest going on where we can do a little local like beginners crash course type thing.
Oh, I'm
Yep.
getting
Yeah,
really drowsy.
yeah,
I'm
I'm getting tired
thinking
too.
A lot of the stuff that that's talked about here could be recorded because most stuff is super useful and people ask the same questions a lot of times. So if it was recorded somewhere, you could make a course out of it.
I have a YouTube channel. I just haven't posted on there in forever. I
Oh, I
don't do
was
like
gonna
a.
say that. I was
I
gonna say
don't have
you could
like
have a
a.
YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't have like a live. I don't do like the live 24/7 thing. That's not my thing. But I mean, it is the stuff we're saying is being recorded on Dbloc's channel. It's just like it. You have to scroll through like 12 hours of content to get to certain parts. I mean, I guess we could clip certain little tidbits.
Yeah, yeah, that would be cool. I mean, I think Dbloc's been talking about that for some time. He's gonna try to use some AI or something to clip the good parts.
There's some like real gems like that happen throughout, like, yeah, because they're it's so long, like the 12-hour footage, but then sometimes when you listen, though, I don't know, there'll be such like great knowledge, and I'm like, oh, I wish I had like a clip of this. And then I mean to go back and listen, but then I don't do it because like it can be hard to find, or I don't know, or all there's so much
ADHD
content.
is a mother ever.
You you can tell I have ADHD.
Yeah. Well, it takes one to know one.
Yeah. Yeah, and also, but yeah, and there's so much like continuous good content going out. So I'm like, I'm gonna go back and listen, and then he'll just be like talking again. I'm like, oh, well, I need to listen to this.
Well, one thing you'll notice about me is that I have a tendency to repeat myself a lot. And it's sort of like part of it is because it's like a mantra for myself. Like I need to keep telling myself the same things to make sure that like I'm actually like getting it through my own head. But then also it's like, if people ask me stuff or I'm talking about something that I think it could be useful or beneficial for people to hear, I'll say it, but then like sometimes there's not the same people around that heard it last time. So I'll say it again if there's different people listening. Or even if it's the same people listening, I might repeat it again anyway, just because it's like repetition is key. Like this whole thing, like with trading, like consistency is a big thing that like gets underestimated. But like repetition, like there's a reason why, like in school, right? I would listen to my teacher talk. So like my teacher would say something, and they would say it like 3 times, right? But like the first time I wasn't listening. The second time I heard it, but I didn't like process it and think about it fully. But then by the third time he said it, it was like familiar, and I was listening and comprehending it, and then processing it and understanding it by the third time, like he or she said it. You know what I mean? So it's like they do that on purpose because it's like the repetition is key to like get something into somebody's head.
No, it's true. I need
So
to. Yeah, it helps me to hear things over and over again.
yeah,
I
for me,
agree.
it's like I never minded hearing things over and over again as long as it wasn't like in the same like sentence, like the same sentence, but 4 sentences later, somebody said, "Okay," because I've talked to somebody like my mom will tell me a story, and she'll say something, and then 4 sentences later she'll repeat the same thing, and then 4 sentences later she'll repeat this, and it's like, okay, I got that part, and then there's like but she's
My
just
mom did that
weird and
my whole
quirky
life.
like that.
That's
And
how
then
like my mom like raised me and my sister and like taught us. It was like how she like drilled a bunch of crap into our heads. She would just like something she would like repeat every day. Like never talk to strangers. I don't know. And some of it would be, I don't know, like I don't believe in buying new cars. Like I don't just like all this random stuff.
yeah, I feel like part of the reason why I do it is kind of because like I picked it up from her. She like rubbed off on me, but it's also like I'll try to reiterate things. So like if I say something and then I explain another aspect of the topic, and I move on to another topic, and then I'm like, okay, so because of this, so like I'm in the third part of the topic now, and I'll explain that part. But if it ties into the first thing that I said, then I'll reiterate the first thing that I said to
Is
clarify
that
that
I
that's how
just
it ties
realized
in.
at the top of his channel on Discord, is that Jay Powell? Like like
In Dblocs,
spreading cash out?
oh, when you click on it,
Or is that Dbloc?
or
I don't even
when
know
you
how I
click
got
on
to this.
Dbloc's name,
I
yeah,
don't
that
even
is
know how
Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell's making it rain.
I don't think I've ever got to this screen before, and I was like, "Whoa!" It's like, what's happening here? That's funny.
Yeah, that's this is definitely J Powell making it rain, but I don't know how authentic that video is. That
That's
video
funny.
that video footage might be authentic or it might not.
It looks
It
totally authentic to me.
looks pretty legit. I could see him doing something like that.
JPL.
Have you ever seen the
JP,
meme of him with the money printer and he's like spinning the thing around and it's shooting money out?
no. I
He's
need
just got this face. I'll see if I can find it and I'll put it in general.
I need to.
It's
Someone
such
said
a
I need to
meme.
look at more JP memes. Maybe I should say Jerome Powell. People will be like, "Who are you talking
Here, I'll put it in. That was the first one in there. I put it in the general chat.
about?" Is it like the free the chat or?
No, general chat. It's under TA. So like when you go all the way to the top, there's like welcome,
Oh,
Matt,
I see.
rules, Cypher family, general chat.
It's
That
just,
video is definitely legit.
it's just definitely that's
I
definitely legit.
I was there when he was doing that.
You filmed it yourself, right?
Yeah, yeah. There's this one too. This is definitely not fake.
Oh, it's like a t-shirt gun. He's like shooting money out of t-shirt guns, or I
It's a
don't.
money gun. You never seen those?
No, I've never seen money guns. I want a money
I get.
gun.
I guess you never been to a strip club. That one doesn't even look like Jerome.
I guess him to be a strip club. I guess we don't have strip clubs nice enough in Alaska to have money guns.
Oh, Alaska. Yeah, that makes sense. You're Alaska. It's kind of gay. Or that like they, I don't know. I just feel like there's nothing in Alaska. I never even been to Alaska, but the way that I picture it is like there's nothing there.
Nothing there. It's it's like a regular place. It's the regular place, man.
I'm gonna delete this other one because it's kind of disturbing. Well, it's slightly disturbing. The way-
No,
it just doesn't look like him at all. But the first one's
what that
priceless.
that was pretty good. That you thought the money gun was disturbing?
Yeah,
I
it
thought
was
you were talking about the one above it. His face is so intense. I mean, whatever.
no.
I mean, I think they're both fine. He's just
His
shooting
face is
money at.
priceless. And that one, it's wicked intense, but that's priceless, man. It's like,
I can't,
"Brr."
I can't
Money
believe you're
critical,
disturbed
man.
by the money gun.
Dude, it's just the guy's face. Like it doesn't look like Jerome Powell. It didn't sit right with me. It wasn't. I
You're
wasn't
like, I
feeling it.
need my Jerome Powell face to be accurate.
Yeah.
Uh, uh, oh, hey, are you in BJ's Discord?
No, I didn't know BJ had a Discord.
Oh, what? Really? I knew about it 'cause she was talking about it on here. She was like, if anyone wants to be in my Discord, send me a message and I'll send you an invite. And I sent her a message, and it's small, and well, for a couple days she was in there like all the time doing TA. Uh, it's a really good Discord. And it's not broadcasted on YouTube. Um, and right after you were trying to explain the market thing, weekend trap, wow. I feel like I got brain dead. I don't know how I got like, does your like sleepiness ever just like hit you really hard?
Yeah, it's called being sleep deprived.
She posted this like really in-depth guide in her Discord, like right after you were trying to explain it to that guy.
No, that's cool.
You should send her a message and ask her. Oh, actually, I can invite you because I'm in
Yeah,
it.
that'd be cool.
I will invite you.
I'll invite her. I'll invite you to mine too if you want to be in mine.
You,
You know,
yeah, what? Everybody has their own Discord?
I have a server, but like it's people don't like hang out in there anymore. It's like just people like talk in general sometimes, and then that like I post TA sometimes in the TA chat and metrics and forex calendars. Some
One of
stuff that
those.
I keep up with, like whenever I'm actually keeping up with the market, which I haven't really been putting too much time into it lately, but it's like a mixed. It's like a mixed group of like people that I was in a bunch of other groups with.
Let's see. Okay, I
Mostly
have
other
to add
trading
you.
groups.
I think I have to add you as a friend first, but after that, I can invite you to her Discord.
Um,
Yeah, it's because
JJ.
it says invite.
Mm,
Oh, my phone is dying like this very second. It's
Are you
shutting down.
Elephant?
Yeah, I'm Caliphant. Kelly.
Mm, Oh, they got her. Elephant. Yeah, I think they got her.
We're gonna dump? No, we're gonna pop. Pump the Bitcoin, baby, let's go.
Good morning, family. I get a mic check.
Top of the morning.
Hello, hello.
Welcome back, BJ.
Well, thank you. I'm sitting out here in Florida, listening to the birds chirp and the roosters crow and the turkeys doing whatever they do with their gobbling. And it's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So we're watching a little bit of a incline here for Bitcoin. We've got a 30-minute 800 EMA over the top, but in order to get there, we need to get over 84,600. And it may be possible here because we've got some support from our 50 EMA on a 5-minute, and it's causing a little bit of a push. So if we can get the 84.4 area is extremely important for a couple of reasons. Because if we hold this area, that would be it would be a significant turn because it's above our curve on an angle. It brings us back up close to getting into that overhead of resistance that we've been needing, and that would be over that 800 that I talked about on the 30 minutes. But on the 5-minute, the support that we are using would be the 800 on the 5-minute, and that is crossing down here by the pivot point right now. The pivot point is about 83.4, about 83.5, just a little bit under 83.5. So I would expect that we could see, you know, a little bit of a swing, a push up to like 84.6, 84.7, and even getting a little bit above that to 85.3, and maybe push to 86. But we have to be mindful that we will come back and possibly test back underneath if we don't get a significant volume. And because it's the weekend, you know, I would expect that we would kind of stay in that range. So we might not see that push over the 800 on the 30-minute until maybe Monday. So maybe Monday we will see a push over 90 to 92. So I'd be, you know, kind of careful in this area, but I see progress, and it's positive progress.
Hey, the last time we were watching charts this early on the weekend, we got a massive pump.
Yes. And it can also happen that way. We can also pump way above 89. If we continue on the 30-minute ascending angle, that would bring us up to 88.5 and possibly cross over 89. So it is possible here if we get a significant burst of volume and activity, yes, and that would bring us over the 1.618. And so be mindful of that, because we are at the turn here.
Yeah. Yeah, if that bull flag that we're in now plays out, it takes us to that 89 level too.
It sure does. So keep your powder dry, as they say. But we've got a cross going on here on this 5-minute, and let's see what we do. But that level there at 84.6 to 84.7 is very important. And we'll see what happens after that. And then, of course, remaining above the pivot point in the daily open, or the pivot point, like I said, was at around the 83. Is it 83.5? Let me double check again. Yeah, down here, 83.4 to 83.5. Yeah. And then that 800 on the 5-minute is just below that. So as the day goes on, that will move a little bit forward. So a test back on there at the end of the day could keep us above that pivot point. And so could be a significant move today. Be exciting.
Could be. We're also above the 15-minute 200, so I'm keeping an eye on that. You know, if we lose that, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, but I think we put in a lot of hard work. We've got a curve on that 200 that's in the ascending angle, facing very, very northern. I like it. So 84.4 key level, and then 84.6 to 84.7.
Oh, we're also reclaiming the daily 200. That's quite a big step.
It sure is. Sure is.
BJ, do you hold any XRP?
I certainly do.
It was looking strong yesterday, last night.
Yes, it was. And good morning to the YouTube. And thank you, Irvin and JLPZ and everyone else. Good morning, good morning. Hello, OBE Explorer. I see you there. I hope I'm not echoing. Good morning, Mr. Moon. Oh, good afternoon. Yeah, it's about 9:15 a.m. Not quite 9:15, but close enough if we're rounding. We can round on a Saturday morning, I guess. Well, good afternoon to you. We're gonna have some afternoon tea. I needed some tea last night. I'm really not feeling very good. I got a little sore throat going on. So I guess that traveling, you know, how it goes.
Oh no, too much partying, huh?
Well, yeah, if you consider, well, I was, uh, yeah, my grandkids had us dancing to that Gangnam Style video. That was something. Maybe if I could, I'll post that.
It's funny. I watched that the other day. I was like just thinking about it and like, let me just revisit that old one, you know, like I don't know
mean,
how many billion views it has on YouTube, like the most
it's
watched
really
video.
amazing. I mean, it gets you going, that's for sure. We're all smiles. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, glad you had a good time. Welcome back. It's good to have you
Well,
back.
thank you. Yeah. Well, I'm not quite home yet, but I'll be returning home on Monday. But I figured since it was Saturday morning and they didn't have school, they do homeschool, so I've been busy with them, and it's been a lot of fun.
Good
Tell
for
you what,
you.
they are something else. Let me tell you, I didn't have to prod them along or anything. They just get right up and get at it. I was very impressed with my youngins. Well, I hope everybody's trades have been wonderful and that you've been adding to your bags or whatever, taking profit when you need to, because boy, it doesn't let you, you know, get by without taking profit every now and then, you know. Got to do that. The market will snatch it right back if you don't grab it. All right, we
Yeah.
have a little descending angle here and a little bit of a overhead that we're bumping up against here at this 84.3. So let's see if we can knock that out. There we got that little angle there and a little bit of that overhead. We're above that 5 EMA on that 1 minute. Every little bit counts. Remember, 84,414 is a big number. Let's get that. Then we need 84,591 and 84,661. So you mentioned XRP a minute ago. I'll show you the XRP chart. To change the screen here.
Good morning, BJ. Good morning,
Hey,
all.
good morning, everybody. Good morning to you.
That's beautiful.
Well, thank you. So we just hit that 245 2, and right after that we should be at the 251, and then crossing this triangle here brings us over the 255 mark, and then we need to get 259.5, and then that brings us here, right? So let's see. Move this chart this way, and we'll. So continuing on this pattern, it would bring us back up through this bow tie area here, and we'll climb up through that triangle that has gone through the middle. You see how on this, let me show you. See here? Oh, I lost it again there. All right. Oh, come on now. I needed to hold still for me. All right, so here's the 800. Or is that, no, that's not the 800. This is the middle of the 30-minute my Bollinger Band. And so I want you to see is how the flip occurs on these pips. See here. Now, this is this way. You see how this action this way. This is where you have all that indecision. And then this was the upward fib of the circle coming across here. See, we didn't make this angle, and I'll show you what I mean. But that is that 50 MA there, right there. I almost had it there. Right. I guess it's easier if I just do this and click on it. There. See how easy, BJ. All right. So there you see that where that 50 MA almost got back up. See, these red lines are the definition or the outline of the circles. So there's that level right there. And see how that MA failed to get back up in there, right? And I'll pull this down in a minute, but then it fell down. And then there's the other level of that circle, that's this red line. So the upswing would have been this way, going up this yellow angle, like this, right? That would have been our next chance. So then you see, so we fell down here, and then here is this half moon, and you see how we made this bottom, right? Now you watch this 50 MA go back up, and look at how close we came right there. See this? Right, like this. Here's the ribbon going up, and we almost got back up there. And look at these arcs. Boom, boom, didn't make it. And here's the crossbar. See it? Right there. So the MA fell down again. And now here's that triangle right there. And this is why those curves and these angles are so important. This purple line going across like this, and you see how it intersects right at the top of this wedge, right like that. This is the daily line. So I'm going to do this now. And if you bring that down, notice that now this whole thing that I just showed you, how the MA, failed at that particular juncture and didn't get over that. Now that angle of that purple line is going up through here. All right, the point I'm trying to make is now that we've come all the way down like this, try it again right here. You see this spray? And this is the tip of that triangle that came from way back. All right, I'm gonna hold that, and now look here. Here's where that started. Okay, because we did not go up this side, right? Over here. And then there's the pink curves. So remember me talking about all the pink curve? We have to go over those pink curves. Well, here's those lines of those pink curves. Okay, so now let's go back on that triangle. And that tip of that triangle is where we are now. Let me draw this chart forward. I always forget which one to push. Seems like it's natural to want to go this way. Yeah. Oh, that's slow as molasses, isn't it? I mean, you could watch paint dry with that. So we'll just do this. Oh my goodness. Okay. So you can see the end of that over there on the left. I can't get it to move. What a deal. All right. So here's price right now. Right here. And there, this is and notice how the triangle is coming up all the way across the chart like this. Okay. Now our goal is to come up here and get these pink lines again, because that's the bridge up there. All right, we missed this one, and we want to go up here. Now, this is our bridge. This is the end of that arrow. So we want to get our price right here to 272. All right, so how are we going to do that? Well, we have to have a bridge. That's this. So remember me talking about that $3.06 and $3.02. That's up here, right? This is our gap. Okay, between 248 and 272. And here's the wedge. Now notice this pink lines. This is like the ladder that takes us up to, what do you know, that pink arrow or that yellow arrow that goes all the way across and brings us back into this fib wedge here. Now that one, see how we've kind of come to the end of it? That one already is kind of expired, but that's on a 30-minute. If we go here to 1 hour, look at how we have time left. See, we have time left to make it on the 1 hour, on the 2 hours. See how it seems like you have more time. You're more in the middle of the chart. All right, so this is why we need 258, 259, and this line right here. So 281, where's that $3? $3 and $3, see? $3.05, $3.02. Right there. Now you look over here, see that? 298, $3.03. Go across. There it is. And that's the tip of that. $3.01. You got to have it. $3.03 to 5 cents to 6 cents. It brings you right there at the bottom. And those pink curves. See how the pink curves come here and those lines? I feel like Bob Ross. And see my little lines right there. All right. So that's what we're looking for. So we're right now in this arc, and so I'm going upward. That's XRP. It's doing its thing. It's beautiful. Look at that. It's gorgeous. Gorgeous. Sorry. It's been a while since I've been on the chart. I haven't even opened my computer since the day I left, so I'm just having a thrill here. All right. Look at that. It's pretty. Woo! Up you go. So we're looking to close this gap right here. We need 272. But so the hurdles, what kind of hurdles are we going to face? Okay, let's see. 5 minutes. All right, we got the 200 MA right here at $2.40. What a pretty thing. Isn't that pretty? Look at that. Just beautiful. Took right off of this platform and just took off. We're over the top. We made like a beautiful cup. Now, are we going to do a handle again and bounce off here and go back? I think we might. Let's see. Let's look at the 30-minute. So we're coming right to here, probably 255, and then do a little bit of retest back, probably back down to 245. We don't want to lose this ring. So we want to hold 237 now for sure. Go up here and come across this triangle, 259, right there. And we want to be over this halfway mark of this circle because that is there. See that pyramid right there? Like this, right here. And see how that's that curve. That's it. Oh, I told you I would tell you where that wedge came from. That's from way back on the daily, or from way here. Not that one. Sorry. What is that? Where is it? Okay, so here's the blue, and then I made the green halfway because, yeah. Okay, so there's blue level, and then the green is below, right there. Okay, so this is the green. All right, I need to hold that.
Morning, BJ. It's good to hear from you.
How are you doing?
Hanging in there.
Oh, good.
Just
So
patiently
Doge,
scooping stuff up in our down areas, but just
yep,
patiently waiting.
yep. So Doge hit that 15.7, didn't it?
Hit that 13, I think, didn't it?
Oh, it did hit the 13. Yeah, I was kind of not focusing and I wasn't able to see all that. But yay. And we're at 17.4 now. Yeah, 17.669. Oh, here's Doge. Yeah. 17.671.
Yeah, remember I sold up at like 24
Yep.
and I bought back in at 18, so I just been chilling on that, but everything else, all my other coins I was scooping down in the lower areas. I wasn't going to mess around trying to get in and out of Doge to reposition, so I was just putting everything else into the things that felt even harder.
Yeah.
So I'm just cruising. Patience.
Nice job. You're up early.
Yeah, we got snow. I'm going to go out riding here in just an hour or so.
So my daughter went to and her husband went out to visit my son in Washington, and they flew back last night. They were on a plane out of Washington, and it had no air conditioning, so they were waiting on the runway for a long time, hot, and then they finally got a different plane. But as they were flying, they went through those tornadoes, And she said it was very scary because the turbulence were so awful that all the flight attendants had to go take their seats. They had to stop all the service and everything. But she said the lightning was absolutely incredible, and they could see the swirling. It was really something, she said.
Yeah, imagine
So
flying
I'm
over a massive storm like that when it's like
yes,
active and lightning
yes,
going
it
off. That'd be
was
crazy.
really something. Yeah, she said, boy, oh boy, it was amazing.
And she probably
Yep.
even has like a cool video or two they took out of the window.
So she wasn't sitting on a window seat, but a lady next to her did take a video and send it to her. So I'll
Yeah,
see
it's
if I can.
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, can you
So
send me that?
here,
Surely, absolutely.
yeah. And she did get a picture from the Orlando airport of the blood moon that somebody posted, and then the airport posted. It was very, very cool. If you look in the water cooler channel, you'll see it on the
Nice.
Discord. Yeah,
What have
you'll
you
see
been
it.
getting into, BJ? Did you get into anything where you're happily to make an entry on any of this tip?
Oh, yes, I did. I did a lot of Bitcoin. I mean, not as much as I can because I can't focus when I'm trying to, watch the girls and everything. But yeah, I got XRP and I got some Ondo and I got Bitcoin and I got some Ethereum and what else? Oh, what else?
Did you
Jazz.
comfortably just scoop up some spots down there with longs, or did you do crazy
Yes,
futures down there?
yeah, I did that. Yeah, XRP and Ondo and what else? Well, the ones I just talked about, Jasmy.
Nice. Good
Yeah,
job.
yeah. Ethereum
Where did
and
you scoop
Telcoin.
Ethereum?
I've been grabbing some of this Telcoin
Where did you scoop Ethereum?
at what was it, 18 something, but my average was already at 18 something. So
All right, nice. So
yeah,
you're just reaccumulating down there.
yeah, I hadn't been actively trading Ethereum, so I just added. All right, so there's Doge, and we need Doge to come back over 20. 21 is the big number. 21.6. I think I sent you that chart before I left, Joe.
I saw it, and I've just been patiently waiting. That's why I'm kind of just
Yeah,
not
that
being too impatient with it.
21.624 is a big number, and then after that, because that's that right here, these red lines, and then this number here is 23.7, and then right here. So it's got a little work to do, but it'll get there. Now we don't want it to fall back down here to 13.3. I
Well,
mean, that,
and when Dbloc was explaining this chart yesterday, what we have anticipation with 105-day charts on Bitcoin, I think we might have another month of cruising sideways and another dip down before we truly make our adventure into the
and
future.
that is very, very possible. What I have mapped out is that we could possibly come back up to the 96, even the 103, and the 103 could be our top for quite some time, and then maybe get back down to that 69 area, so that 103 could be a top for a while, and possibly not even a 103. It could be just the 101. So I'll work on that again,
He's a
but
silly market maker if he wants to do it. He just keeps scaring people out down here for another month. People that don't have patience to stick in or buy more, they're just all going to
yeah,
drop out,
it's possible.
and then they make
Yeah,
a move. But
yeah.
she'll see.
Especially if we got the 84,442, so I'm on Bitcoin, so that is awesome. Let me go back to that. Where in the world is it? Right here. Is that it? Is that just a picture? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. yeah, 414 was the magic number. So let's see if we can pump over that. So now we need these angles. These two red lines here are descending angles that we need to cross. The corner of which I think I called them out earlier, 84,657, maybe a little bit 670-ish. And then up here, lower than that is 84,623. And then on the lower end, we want to hold 84,319. And then this descending angle here, this blue one, is where the 200 on the 5-minute is going to come up over through the 50 EMA is already up over that. So that is 84,116 right now. You see how it's extended up above? So our tip of the ribbon is at 84,212. Now, the interesting thing about the 30-minute that is important for us structurally and why that 84.4 is important is because see how, remember we were talking about how we have the descent from the MAs that come down, and then we had this fib wedge that that slides along this way, basically going from top downwards towards the left, right? So your counterclockwise angles. So right now, because we're getting our MAs on the 30-minute to climb over, and eventually, hopefully, we'll cross this 800 over that 84.4 area. That means that we will get back over this. See this spot that's right here, that's below the existing 200 EMA on the 30-minute. That changes our direction from a clockwise motion, right, to a forward motion, you see? And we will be getting back up into this overhead fib arc up here between in the red and the other blue. So we will get across our horizontal line, and you see that horizontal line here by this white dotted line. Now, and you know that that's over the 800 on the 30 minutes. So all of these moving averages now, you see the 200 MA, it's right here. And you see how it's peeping its head over this this curve. See this white curve, and here's the MA. So it's hopping over that structure right there. And because it's hopping over that structure, it's getting ever closer to moving us into this and getting away from this descending arc this way. So we will be ascending again. That is the key. Now, the reason you know that too is because over here, you see this ring, this right over here. Now, where is those MAs? Well, they dumped, they fell down there below, but now when they climb up, they will get over the spot that they descended from. Here is the 50 MA or EMA. You see the blue, little blue right there. Here it made it picked itself back up right here on this white line, but it did not continue. See how I have a triangle or what do you call it? A wedge there. Okay, so we did not make this fully. We did not get across that 800 right here at this pivot at 89. right? So because of that, all of this moved back down right here, right? So now we're attempting it again, and here's that descent of that 800. So we're ascending here now, and if we cross and correct over this, and then eventually come back over where this peak was, which is here at 92, what is it? 92,884. Okay, so if you take this, that's this line here, and notice that that intersects with this fib line right there, this curve. See, I mean, and what does that bring us down to if we don't? If we don't and we continue to fall, look at that arc, takes you down to 71, 72. But if we come over that, it's possible that we don't fall all the way down there. We just go back maybe to 82 because we've got moving averages now, the 200s and the daily 200 that we'll cross. So that, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84 now, and possibly 85 will be, this area will now be our bottom rather than down in this hole. Okay, so that's why this curve is so important, that we continue to get away from this gap, this hole, and we ascend this way. And then these pivots are important. So this one here at 89, and the next one is at 90,700, and the next one after that will be the 92, and so on. Then this corner here, see how you get these angles that then they pop, instead of popping down, they then make an ascension up like that. So you correct because you go over these points here. So we're finally, if we get over 89, we're finally going to get back over a previous pivot instead of making lower and lower lows. All right, so that's why this 84.4 is crucial in getting over the tip of this triangle. All right, here we go. So now I guess we're retesting that, and we got to see how we recover here. So right now we're on that 30-minute. Here's the 5 EMA. Here's the 50 MA right below at 84.210, and we'll see if we can use this 5 EMA on the 30-minute as support and come up from there, making a local high above 84,458, which would be here on that 30-minute. So let's see what the 5 minutes doing. 5 minute, we've got the 200 MA on the top above the 50. Let's see our candles. So that was a bearish engulfing you see there, kind of coming all the way down there. So, but we're not all the way through. We did not come down to the 50 MA or EMA. Maybe we'll see if it does now because we got that 200. I don't think it pierced it. Let's see. We get it. Nope, it did not come through it. Let's see what happened. Oh, we got a new candle started. Yep, see, this wick did not come through that 200 MA here. This pink line is a 200 MA. So we're staying up on top of this 5-minute time frame here on top of this ribbon above the 50s. So that is a positive. So now we want to have price come up and over that 5 EMA, which is this yellow line here, 84,339. So again, that 410 or what do I have? 414. Anyway, 414. That's from previous when we were dipping. I put this 414 was very important, and it actually it is. Okay, so if we continue that angle, it would be from here. Move would be up to, yeah, I had mapped out 84.6, and our move would take us to 84.630 from here. First we would need 84.428 and 457. What was our high? Wick was about 84.474. So 479. So we need 84.480 at least here. And like I said, I'm more worried about these descending angles here. Now, if we don't get them quickly, we can, we can kind of go a little bit farther sideways and then grab them here. But we don't want to come below. We don't want to go down first, to the pivot point. That wouldn't be terrific. But because it's Saturday, when they want to leave us in this range, maybe they do take us down below the 800 here on the 5-minute. That's at 83.3 area, 83.2. And then yesterday's low is 83 or 80,008. Oh boy. So that would take us below that 800 on the 5-minute. So that would be pretty bearish, I would think. I would want to hold that pivot point there. I'm going to go get some hot tea. My voice is a little yucky. And I'll be back.
Well, it's good to hear from you, BJ.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you, BJ.
Thank you.
Oops.
drop it down and then keep going. Anything else ripping? What's something else doing today?
Sideways BS today.
What's going on, guys? Where's all the beautiful people at? So what I'm watching for with Bitcoin is, can we hold this 1 minute 200? Continue this momentum up. We've got the breakout of the bullish wedge flag that we formed. We got the retest of it, and so looking for that pump up to 85, 200, 86, that resistance, and then see if we form a double top there. If we do form a double top, then I think we sweep the lows all the way to about 83K. And that would be a retest of the 30-minute 200 SMA curving up. And that'll give us the momentum to keep this uptrend. Because we are in an uptrend on the 30-minute, we've been making higher lows. So, and that also tests the uptrend. So if you take from the low that we set at 76,600, and then you may draw an uptrending line to the next low at 79,900, that uptrending support is where the 30-minute 200 SMA is, and that could also be an actual larger retest of the bullish wedge flag that we're in. So we got the minor retest for a small pump, then you come back for a major retest at the 30-minute 200, and then we can keep this momentum up. So yeah, watch the resistance at 85 to 80. If we can't break that, if we break that, we'll keep this uptrend going like this weekend probably.
What you think about WIF? You think it's done?
I mean, it's hanging around that 50 cents level. So it's looking good too for now. But if it starts leaving, if it drops that 49 cents support,
yep,
I'm probably gonna pull a little bit of my position out.
Still hoping for that $14.
What's it saying? 14?
Still hoping for that $14.
For today.
Remember last week it said on the 14th or the 15th that was going to hit $14. That indicator I had.
Yeah, it did. Hey, on March.
I think it was 14. Yeah.
And so today it's still saying that?
Oh no, I quit saying that.
Oh, what's it saying today?
As much as I used that last week, I haven't even really looked at it. See, I think I looked at it last night. It's hanging around right around 50 cents. Let's see if they have a break. No. 1 minute. Nope. 4 minutes. The 4 hour says 40 cents. So what's that saying? That ain't till March 23rd. So. Oh, I don't know, brother. I think I missed the
anything?
Huh?
Not giving you anything for today?
Nope. It's saying right around 50 cents until the 23rd, where it might drop to 40 cents. But how accurate is this thing, you know?
You never know. Wait, it said next weekend 40 cents?
March 23rd, yeah, it said it instead of 25, it said 24. So,
That thing's crazy, bro. Like from $14 next week to 40 cents.
Yeah, I think it's some projections.
Right.
I don't know what it's based on. If I should be doing something with the filters or.
I mean, it's always evolving.
Maybe.
It's just with price, you know, just like we have to do.
Yep. Yep.
But
So you still in H4 and all those?
yeah, the bag's still looking pretty nice and tight right now. But if Bitcoin starts turning, if it starts turning to that 30-minute 200, then I'm gonna pull some profits on a bunch and I'll re-enter down there.
You think it's gonna go down?
Not for now. I mean, we're still in this uptrend. We're holding good moving averages. 5 minutes, 200 SMA is support. 15 is, you know, on the smaller time frames. You got the one. You're above the 200 on the 1, 3, and 5. You're still above the 15. So yeah, I think we'll probably continue up to 85K right now, and then I'm gonna see what happens up there.
Gotcha. All right, brother. We'll keep in touch.
Will do. Will do. I'm watching the moving averages. See if we start losing any of them.
Trying to do a little scalping, man. Balance just don't go up like it does if you can leave it overnight. And then the fees probably get you.
Yeah, those daily trades are real nice. You've got a cup and handle on the 1 minute coming out of the break of that wedge. So that at least that target is 84,900 for that little pattern. So maybe we hit that target and then we look for some rejection.
So Dbloc was talking about last week. On the weekends, it should be in the range. And I don't know who told me about it. It might have been him or Two Guns.
Yeah, I mean we're still in that range, so you know we can just keep ranging up to the 85K and back down.
The thing it was called, I think it was the MRC. I don't know. I downloaded some of those things last night. I might have deleted something. Oh, I wish I could just get my charts all in one spot.
What does MRC stand for?
Mean regression, I think maybe.
Mean regression channel.
Yeah. And
Mean reversion, mean regression, yeah.
between that and the psych high and psych low, last weekend, because I thought that's what he said, I traded up and down Bitcoin, just up and down between that channel and the psych level. But Carter told me I was wrong. He told me that was incorrect. Not even supposed to be trading on the weekend. So I don't know. I was doing it good, and by the time he saw me do it 3 times, he did it. So
I mean, you know, you got to just also see what the chart is telling you. You know, you can't. Yeah, for the most part, weekends are traps and ranges. But you know, okay, we had that Trump tweet, maybe a bit of an anomaly, but still happened on the weekend. You know, so you can't count any weekend out really. I mean, look at Lifer. You know, Lifer opened a long today on this bullish wedge flag that we formed on his channel, and he he says he never trades weekends, like hardly ever. So
What is that, Lifer?
yeah, and price crypto Lifer.
Crypto Lifer. What trade y'all open?
What trade did he open? What?
Y'all open a trade, you said, or?
No, he opened a long trade, yeah, on his channel this morning. In coming out of this, or he put a long in on this bullish wedge flag.
On Bitcoin?
Yeah, on Bitcoin.
Yeah. Just scalping a dog with hat at least broke out of this little wedge it was in, but
Yeah, it's looking good. I like it. I mean, you know, if you zoom out on the 15-minute, you had the inverse head and shoulder, a nice clean one, and then the nice breakout, came and retested we just retested that neckline. So I think it will now start, you know, completing the measured move of the inverse head and shoulder.
you use a bunch of leverage to trade.
Yeah, I'm in a few 50Xs right now.
Y'all getting some weather over there?
Pretty nice, actually. Pretty decent down here.
Man, it's
It's
storming.
warming up. But dang, the summers get freaking hot here in South Carolina, dude. The humidity. Oh my gosh.
I'm with you. Louisiana's just as bad.
Yeah, I see you guys are right there next to Texas. I'm still learning the this where all the states are.
You know, I got a college degree and I don't even know where all the states are.
You guys had to learn that in school though, didn't you?
I think I was supposed to learn it back in geography, but my football coach was my teacher.
Yeah, back in elementary.
Yeah, probably elementary. I think I got puzzles around here for some kids that come by once in a while. And it's a little map. You put the states. Like I need to do that 10 times.
Are you close to the coast at all?
Not really. I used to have a camp down in Grand Isle, which is about 3 hours away.
Okay, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to come check out that region of the country because I've been like South Florida, but you know I want to go check out North Florida, like Panama City, you know, New Orleans, and definitely Texas too. Haven't been there.
I was born in Orlando, lived in Tallahassee.
Oh, nice, man. Yeah, Florida's cool, dude. I enjoyed Florida. I stayed in Fort Lauderdale for like 4 years.
Yeah, we used to go down there in the Keys.
Yeah, it's beautiful down there.
Lived in Fort Lauderdale too, but I was young. We lived is that where old A1A Beechwood, what's the one Vanilla Ice sings about?
Yeah.
We went, me and my mom and my brother and my sister went eat on Beechwood Avenue. Oh, I guess it's been about 2 years ago. And she took me to the house I used to grow up that I used to live at. It's right on the canal with a swimming pool in the backyard. And I'm a salesman, so I mean, I talked this into. She let us in, let us walk around. I got to see the house I lived in for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years when I was 2 years old. It was nostalgic, I guess. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
it's awesome.
exactly the type place that I would pick, a screened in pool on the canal with your boat in the water to get to the inlet to get direct to the ocean. I mean, me and my dad, similar taste, I guess.
It's so crazy how you got like so much, all the Everglades there just takes up so much space and everything's kind of just packed right along the coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. I did one of those fan boats, out in the Everglades.
Yeah, airboat.
That was rad.
I bet.
The guy had this bird that would always come around to his boat and he feeds the bird. Yeah, caught a couple of gators, not many though, unfortunately. I didn't
You ever
catch
watch
them, I saw them.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
You ever watch the guys that hunt the alligators here?
I've seen it once or twice, and now they're doing the pythons as well.
I don't watch much TV anymore, but that a couple of them guys use airboats.
Yeah, I see that.
That's
And
crazy.
they're they're hunting those pythons. They make a lot of money off getting those pythons, from what I've heard. I think they actually have lotteries for the licenses. I could be wrong, but
That for the gators or the python?
I think for both, isn't it?
Yeah,
Or
the gators. Man, you got to get tags, and it gets pretty competitive.
yeah, they can't give out too many tags, so they just like lottery them every year or something.
Yeah. You get money, you get big money involved, man. Politics and who you know, all that stuff comes into play.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Florida's fun. Miami, West Palm Beach. Just stayed in West Palm for a while.
Tallahassee ain't real fun. Kind of boring.
What's that? Tallahassee?
Yeah.
You prefer it up in Louisiana? You like it out there?
It's all right. I think Lauderdale would have been great to grow up. But I got fair skin. I mean, I spent a lot of time on the water and stuff, so I mean, it probably wouldn't have bothered me too bad. But being out
There's
on
a
the
lot
beach.
of money down there. There's a lot of business and a lot of money.
Oh yeah. We chartered a little boat, and the guy we were catching little fish in the inlet, like Jack Crevalle or the sheephead or something. It was terrible, man. The guy didn't even take us barely a mile out. There was all seaweed. We're catching the same thing out there that we could have caught in the inlet, and then we get back to the dock to clean the fish, and the same fish are under the dock eating the scrap.
You could have just fished off the dock.
It's the same thing we caught out there. They do the bare minimum with that big beautiful boat.
You ever go deep sea fishing?
Yeah, I used to go all the time. I got a champion. It's a bay boat,
Nice.
trout and redfish. But yeah, we used to go out there and catch a red snapper and lemon fish and
Some tuna. Catch tuna out there.
tuna, yeah. Tuna were a little further out than we usually went, but we'd pick one up by the rigs every once in a while. Had a lot of fun, man, growing up.
Come on, Bitcoin. X did Lily did so X listed their coin on Kraken?
I don't know. I thought I'd go and check out that site.
I'm searching on Kraken now. I can't seem to find it.
What is X?
Like Twitter?
Oh, that's not crypto though, is it?
Well, they were talking about integrating some sort of crypto thing into the platform.
Really?
Yeah, it's been rumored.
That's a pretty weak little breakout. Whiffy.
Yeah. The stochastic RSI on the daily is pretty interesting. If that blue line, the blue line is testing the slow line, the orange line right now, and we want to see that hold as support. If that crosses underneath, has a bearish crossover, then we could see price action come back down to these 79K levels, maybe even a little lower.
You gonna try to short that?
Yeah, I might see if 85K has some good potential shorts. Kind of a crucial level, hey? Because like, look at H bar, for example. It's a potential head and shoulders, and we're testing the neckline. So this is quite an important zone. And that's on the 5 minutes. Ronnie, I got a little ambitious. I added to my WIF position. Just small, but 3%.
I thought it was going to run last night.
Me too.
I had high hopes. I was set up with a pretty safe, pretty big play, and did not work out.
Yeah, it came back to 49 cents. It's good that that it's holding that level though so far.
It's right back there.
You in
trying
any
to.
positions?
Oh yeah, I was trying to play it. I got a long, and then I got a short and a long on this site here. I was trying to play at the top of the wedge, do a short, and the bottom of the wedge, do a long. They trick you, man, because they'll break out. You don't want to close your short because if it's a fake out, you know.
Yeah, man. It's sometimes hard to
Oh
get through
man,
those fake outs.
that's the hardest throw when you're trade range like ranging. On those shorts, have really quick stop losses. Otherwise, you chase it. It's horrible.
Yeah.
And then it's off, and you're down. Oh man.
Everything they do, every candle they put out there, it's made to make us think
Draw
the
you
opposite.
in. Draw you in.
Make you feel some type of way.
To make you jump and do the wrong, make the wrong decision.
What coin were you trading?
With it just broke out of a little 15-minute wedge, but I mean,
Yeah.
oh, Merrick said he had a bigger time frame, so it looked like it could have been a breakout, but nope, don't right back down to 50 cents.
Shorts, damn it.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have a short and a long in this range position.
Yeah, they're far enough apart to where I can be in profit at one time, so be in profit on both. And I shouldn't complain. It's been working fine going up and down, you know.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're still hanging in there, and once we get that confirmation, then you'll be good.
Yep. I can always flip it too. You hit that flip button. Costs a couple dollars, but easier than going close it and open a new one.
Yeah, the emergency reverse button. Hey.
But that's actually half
Too
the
much.
time you do that. As soon as you hit the button, it starts the other. Like God. Stuff rookies do, man.
If you're right about to be liquidated,
Let's see if we can get a vector candle over here. falling out of the ascending wedge and possibly losing the 1 minute 200. But dominance is still dropping, so that's good. Hopefully, if it keeps coming down, then the alts won't feel this dip too much.
No, bro, your mic's open. Are you rustling around? No worries. Thanks.
Big cells coming in.
Hey, Dbloc, are you there?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm just setting a couple things up. What's going on, team?
What's going on?
Nothing much, just chilling. I see a lot of over trading in the YouTube chat.
Hey Dbloc, what's going on, man? I had a question for the fluid trades SMC Lite for your settings for that.
Mm-hmm.
Could you share that with me?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And then I had a question for the TR main. What do you use that for again?
Vector candles in the EMAs.
Oh, that's for your vector candles?
Yeah.
Yeah, could you share those settings one more time? Because a pic or two was blurry from the screenshots that
I got you.
that member put in the chat one time.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna
Just screenshot and let me know when to
okay, I
scroll.
got the first one.
Yo, yo.
What's going on, Drew?
Yeah, I have a confession to make.
You went all in on Yeezy?
I did it again.
Oh boy.
Went back in the trenches. Went back in my phantom wallet.
I got
You,
the
It
second
was
one.
so strange. Yeah.
You relapsed again, Drew?
I relapsed, yeah.
What'd you get into? What'd you dig into at least?
I got into that YZY.
I knew it. Bro, why the first thing I thought in the morning when I saw that it launched, I was like, I wonder how much Drew owns.
Well, it didn't really launch. Technically, he retweeted someone's tweet. But I've been digging deep in the pump fund user, and like this, I'm telling you, this one dude, his name is Now What on Pump Fund. That's Kanye, and I think this is his like official shit. He's this could be his, man, because he would have deleted the tweet already after all the clapback right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. What's going on, Jack? Peace, brother.
But yeah, I scooped up a pretty nice bag.
Let me, you got the contract address? Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, what's it?
I know D-Block's staying far away from that coin.
What about for the style? Are those settings the same as default?
Yeah, I mean, on style, there's sort of some slight differences that I made, but nothing. So I made my 800 EMA a little thicker just so it sticks out more. And then on boxes, if you click boxes on and off, when they're on, you'll see the gray vector candles. You'll see the gap that it leaves. If you turn it off, you won't see it, and you'll have to pay attention to the actual color. So it just depends on how you want your chart to look.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. You post that contract address?
Yeah, I just sent it to your inbox, to the one you're sharing your screen from.
All right.
My bad. What about for visibility? Is that default?
No,
too?
it's everything's the same. Yeah.
Okay. And then if that still doesn't work, if it's not showing me the vector candles, I guess just I don't know what that would mean, or if
It
it's not the
should be
same.
showing you the vector candles.
Okay, I'll do this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent it to both your.
I got it.
So my average is
Great
around
logo,
23.
bro. Great logo.
I got in at 23 million, so I'm just a little bit up right now.
Oh, fair launch?
Hey, no
Well,
one
this is
ever
what I'm
went broke
talking about,
taking
man.
profits.
That's what I'm talking about. Is this could be a fair launch because, like with Trump, people weren't able to get in until like 700 million. This was slowly cooking, so like people were able to get in. He's just retweeting. It's buried in his retweets right now. You can't even see it on his timeline. It's like I don't know, like 12 to 20 retweets deep. So you got to search for it to find the contract address. It seems pretty fair, man.
I mean, there's a little cluster, but it's only 4%. That's weird. What it get to on total? 180 million down to 24.
Yeah, that 100 mil was when he retweeted the contract, so it just pumped real quick. He did the retweet. Yeah, I threw in like 10 G's in this. I was like, let's go. Just give it a shot.
Hey, Dbloc, those liquidation levels. On a higher time frame, they showed up, and on lower one, they were gone. Does that mean they've already cleared them on the lower time frame?
Nah, the liquidation level indicator will only show you a certain amount of lines. I think it's either 800 or 200. I can't remember. But you go to different time frames and there's more on your screen, it'll show you a different level. So you got to go through them, right? There's liquidations levels all the way down, all the way up and through. But you have them set, if you have them set to mine, you have them set by $1 million or more. So on bigger time frames, since you can't see all of them, it'll show you the more important ones, like the bigger ones.
I got you.
This is a very strange chart, bro.
Yeah, MEXC already listed it on leverage. Bank just listed
Oh,
it.
it's a
Now
wrap.
the exchanges are starting to list it already.
Let me see the snipers.
16,000 holders right now. No, 16,400 holders right now.
All the wow. So it got sniped, obviously. Let me see unrealized. The biggest unrealized gain is $999 from any of the snipers. Look at the status on all of them.
That can't be right.
Look at
No,
up.
that can't.
Look at the status on all of them. Sold some, sold all, sold all, sold all. This guy held everything he sniped, and he's only got $2 worth unrealized.
Because he knows Kanye's about to tweet that. That's why. Let's go, baby.
This is weird, bro. This is
never went broke taking profits.
This is very weird. Let me tell you the only thing that makes sense, and it's probably the most improbable, but this would look like this if people decided that some things are more important than making money. And I just don't trust that. This is how I don't trust that the crypto community came to that decision overnight. But this is showing a severe lack of interest. Like, people are in, but they're not in for very much at all. Let me see. Unrealized on
Because a lot of
spot.
people are on edge. They're like, did he just retweet some dude, some like DGen's pump fund, or is this Kanye's? That's why like a lot of people are on the fence right now,
True, you're the biggest whale.
On spot, they've got some bigger. Like on spot, someone's got 700K unrealized, 500,000 unrealized. So you still have the liquidity issue, right? This guy dumps, liquidity's gone. These two guys, 2 and 3 dump together, liquidity's gone. 3, 4, and 5 dump together, liquidity's gone. So you've got some, there is some danger there. But it's very weird to me that the highest wallet only has 1.7, and on bubble maps, there isn't some sort of massive 30 wallet cluster.
Well, people on Twitter are saying that Kanye owns like 70% of this coin, but I haven't seen really like any data.
I don't see where. I don't see any wallet holding 70% of anything here.
Exactly. That's what I looked up too.
All right, let's go check the tokenomics. Let's go to the
I
website.
checked SoulScan. I checked SoulScan too, and
The website takes you to pump.fun. Stop it, really?
Is he promoting it?
He retweeted it.
Oh
This
my
is
god.
this is dumb.
And not only
Oh,
that, a
look at
few
the
days ago
logo.
he said when I drop my coin, you guys aren't gonna be ready or something like that. Like, I don't know. And then he said, if you're gonna be making money, only people rocking the swastikas are gonna be making the money with me or something like that. I gotta look back, but there's all these
Making the
things.
money and getting punched in the mouth. You better stay inside with that shit.
Somebody
said, what's the lore? And then the next comment was, it's yay. What do you mean, what's the lore? Yeah, nah. Nope. Twitter's gonna take it. I'm guessing that Twitter's gonna take it right to his page. Nope, it takes you somewhere else. 100x coin sniper.
That's the dude that's
TLDR, ye may be clapping back at... Yeah, I'm not reading that. Nah, this is nasty work. We'll see. I mean, it's yay, so... But you saw what happened after Trump's big pump.
Well, that's why I think that. I mean, they say got the big pump. It went up to 100-some million.
Nah, it did it. It did the thing, you know.
Yeah, that's why I was like, all right, let me, gather up the pieces that fell.
Definitely did the thing. Hey, speaking of doing the thing, Magnet did the thing overnight too.
If I was Yeezy, I would put my coin out just before everything's about to pump. That way I would get the most out of it immediately.
You can't really try to understand how he's thinking unless you are insane.
What if it's some sort of master plot to just rug pull all the races? Like, I'm gonna gather them all in one spot. I'll make a coin with a swastika on, and I'll wait till everybody gets all their money, and then I'll rug pull it.
Well, there's
It's attention. The amount of there's a what you call it coming. There's an album coming. This is all rollout album drop
Well, yeah,
stuff.
he just dropped a song on the timeline too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm tired of Easy already. I don't fall for it anymore. I used to get really upset back in the day. Like, how could you say that? You made College Dropout. How could you know what I mean? But then I realized, like, nah, it's just he wants to get in the news cycle. He drops the album, goes crazy for a couple weeks, drops a product line.
Retweets a contract address on Pump Fund.
He's attention whore. Yeah.
I don't know. I just see the frenzy that's slowly building on Twitter. So I'm like, all right, man, they're gonna this got to try to push to at least 40 to 60K from here.
You know how it is on the weekend, bro.
I mean,
When nothing's moving, if something's moving,
Yeah,
you
it's
gotta
like
pay
flies.
attention to it.
Yeah, it's like flies with poop.
I'm just real tired of these people dipping in here to make a bag and then dipping out. You know what I mean? Like, they have no intention on being part of the crypto community or anything like that. Like, it's all extractionary.
Hey, Dbloc, based on this current price action, I know there's not much to go off of, but is there anything that's given you any slight indication at all if we're more likely to deviate to the up versus the lower, or vice versa, the lower versus the higher?
We're literally smack dab in the middle of the weekend trap right now. It's a no trade zone. I jumped in and looked in chat. People were shorting 50x in the middle of the weekend trap. All types of wild shit. I'm not naming not putting anybody out there. I'm just saying there's some over trading going on in the YouTube chat. There's a little bit of over trading going on, man. I know it's dead, guys. When it's dead like this, you just feel like you got to make something happen. And then you're not getting a lot of movement. So you're like, all right, let me bump up the leverage. You know, and then somebody sneezes on a Saturday and boom, you're gone.
This past weekend trap, I made 1, 2, 3. I had 4 out of 6 trades profitable, and the other 2 were pretty much literally break even.
It's a good average, bro.
Been very patient.
You do that every day, you'll be all right.
I'm trying to debate if on Sunday we're going to crash down to the bottom of the, past the bottom of the weekend trap.
Man, that's hard to predict. I remember last Sunday it looked like we were gonna have a nice deviation to the upside, and
Yep.
then we just turbo rugged.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like we set it up so that we can react to what happens, but we got to be really careful trying not to predict it and get in front of it. We're
Yeah, I
already
mean, if
put
you
it this way, guys. We're already in front of everybody else that's not even watching this shit. Right, so we don't have to try to jump in front of the actual move because you can get shaken out.
What's the most high probability way to play the way to react to it after the weekend trap, or at the end of the weekend trap to set yourself up for success?
Waiting for what? Waiting for the move that frees either the trap longs or the trap shorts and buying the retest. You're more aggressive on Sundays. We get a drop. Your more aggressive guys are gonna try to, either short the drop or long the breakout. But honestly, for me, the best move is waiting.
Yeah, in my experience, it's best to just stay patient through Monday, because sometimes you think, okay, that was the fake move. I'm gonna go long here, and then it just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping.
When are typically the most common reaction periods following the weekend trap? Is it Sunday night, Monday,
Sunday. It's
Monday-ish,
somewhere Sunday. Sunday night, Sunday afternoon, maybe if there's just a lot of pent up sort of price action. But Saturdays for the most part are gonna be flat. And like I said, if you get a deviation outside of the box, you can expect another deviation out of the bottom, right? As above, so below. As below, so above. So you can play those too. Right. The best way to play it going into the weekend trap is when you trap shorts on Friday, you go long. And then you take your profit at the trap long, and then you sit on your hands and you don't do shit. If you want, if you're a shorter, you can short the trap longs into the weekend box. If you only buy spot, then what you do is you wait for that first deviation out of the weekend trap, and then you buy it. So this stopping volume candle, right? You would have bought that, and then you'd be, now you're in position towards the top of the box. Or middle of the box, I should say. But there's not very many trades unless, like, you're just going to play the swings.
When you trade spot, how do you trade spot to avoid or try to get the best fees?
I just
How do you
just don't buy on market.
So you'll be on an exchange and trade spot, like on a trading exchange?
It depends on what I'm trading. If it's Bitcoin, yeah, I'm on an exchange.
Now, what he means is to not do market orders, but set limit orders, because that
Yeah, you
saves
don't want to
you.
buy on market. You want to set limits. If you're really worried about your slippage and your fees and all of that. Me, honestly, I'll just slap market. I know how to wait for times where I'm not going to get a lot of slippage. Right. The problem is if there's green candles and you slap market during a parabolic movement, But if price is dead and you slap market, you're not going to get any slippage unless you're putting in a really, really big bag all at once.
Yeah, because I was thinking that's what you did, because to catch those vector candles, you gotta be pretty quick.
Yeah. Now, sometimes you do have to market buy. But when I set my grids, right, like the buys that I picked up at the bottom here, I didn't do manually. Like I had the rising wedge, right? We had this measured move all night before it dropped. We came right down to it, right? So you just set some limit orders, a couple below, a couple above, and then whatever catches, catches. I think I had 2 orders that didn't catch last night that were just a little bit lower in case we came down to the 200.
So you made a trade in that from off of that vector candle?
I made a trade off of the measured move of my pattern, and off of the fact that I said if you look at the pinned comment, it says any move out of the weekend trap that's not accompanied by abnormal volume is a deviation and will retrace back into the trap. It's pinned right in the YouTube chat.
How much of your trade did you get in? 20%, 50%?
Two of my orders didn't fill, and I had a grid of like 5 orders. So what, like a third?
Okay.
Like 2/3.
And then when you set those up, how heavy are they starting from the top to the bottom? Are the first ones smaller and then the last one's bigger, or is
No,
it the
these when I do it like this, it's dynamic. It sometimes I switch it, right? But in situations like this where I'm not expecting too much of a deep drop, I'll set the biggest orders and then I'll scale in smaller orders. But usually I do it the opposite. Like if we
When
were
you do
coming
the
down to grab this, I would set it completely different. Let's say I thought we were coming down to here, right? And I wanted to DCA the drop. And I didn't know a lot about TA to find the perfect place. I just want to make sure that whatever happens here, I'm in for the move. So I would take my fib from the top to the bottom.
You know, all the KOLs are scared to talk about this.
So I would take a fib from the top to the bottom, and then I would scale my DCAs on my fib levels, right? Dynamically. Like maybe I only have $100 here at 5. Just I'm giving round numbers. Everybody's numbers will be different, whatever. I have $100 here at 5. When I get down to the golden pocket, I'll put 200 in. Get to the 702, I'll put 400 in. To the 786, I'll put 800 in. So I'm doubling up my position every time it comes down. And what that
and that's
does,
called dynamic?
yeah, what that does is it drags down my DCA, right? It drags down my average. Because if you put in 100 here, 100 here, your average is going to be right in the middle, right? But if you put 100 here and 200 here, your average is down here. And if I put 400 here, then I'm dragging the average down even further. So I might not catch the very bottom, right? Like if this happens overnight and I'm just setting a protective grid for when I go to sleep. But I will grab, you know, my average will probably end up being there instead of there.
Where would your stop loss be since you're not playing the vector candles?
Overnight, I'd probably just have it underneath my target.
Got it. And then what's the opposite of dynamic?
Would be just regular DCA, sort of. Give me a second. It would be a regular DCA where you put in 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, all the way until, which is great, but your average is going to be right in the middle of both of them, right? So you'll have an average here instead of having an average here, which means you have to wait for price to come all the way up to here before you start making money. Doing it dynamically, you start making money here. So you don't need that big of a move, right?
Is it called something different when you come in bigger because you don't expect it to go that low? Like you mentioned, your first order is 50%.
It's dynamic. It's just like inverse, right? It's like an inverse dynamic DCA.
Okay. And then in that scenario, when you set your take profit area, how do you determine that? It'd just be at the top of this range or near the. Is that how it would be, or?
For me, this play was just coming back into the weekend trap, right? So it's about buying the lows and having a position while I'm in the weekend trap. There's no taking profit yet. If this trade works out the way I want it to, we'll have our false move up and I'll already be in position for it. Right? If we see any sort of sketchiness, then I'll get out of position. I'm not really worried that this isn't a profit making position. This is a positioning position, I should say, right? It doesn't matter to me if we come down and if we break down and we have our false move down and I don't make anything off of that, it's fine. There's not a lot of meat here on the bone anyways, right? It's not a lot of money here to be made. The reason to try to swing it is so that I can get in at the bottom level of what could be a false move up.
And you have your stop loss below that vector candle?
Yeah, my stop loss is just regular. My stop loss actually I think is below the 200. I've got to check. Hold on, let me open up a trading laptop.
Is the reason people do their trades on a laptop instead of the actual computer, is that for security reasons? Is that why some people do that?
My trading PC doesn't have any socials, any apps, anything on it at all.
Got it. Because I've seen even
I
a
don't
lot
stream
of
on it. My streaming PC has where I do my research. I've got another PC where I trade that I do other research on. And that type of research is like when I'm connecting to Web3 wallets. Right? So that's completely separate from everything else. That one's separate from the trading PC.
I see a lot of people's setup. Sometimes it's like they have their trades they're doing on their laptop, and they have this crazy PC setup, and I'm always wondering why are they trading on their laptop instead of their whole setup. But that makes sense.
Yeah. And my laptop has its own screen in the setup. So I'm not like on a tiny little, you know what I mean?
So you're saying if you make it out early in this trade